All right. All right. Hello, everyone. And welcome back to Vivid Stasis. Attempt number 2. This time for real. Because I actually confirmed that the chapter exists and we can actually play it this time. It's been quite a while since our last actual Vivid Stasis stream. Welcome, everyone. Now, I'm going to preface this with saying my internet has been, my ISP has been cutting out during normal stream hours, randomly over the last couple of days, hence why yesterday's 14 stream was like insanely early, and why Tuesday's stream just did not happen at all. I don't know if that's going to still be the case today, so there could be a chance that the stream ends up going through normal and we're fine, we can finish the whole thing, or I'm going to be randomly going offline like the next 30 seconds. And I won't be back for another 24 hours kind of thing. So we're going to see, we're going to try this. It's part of the reason why this was late, because it seems to go out right at 8 o'clock most of the time. So I was like making sure it wasn't. So I'm willing to risk it. So hopefully we can get through Chapter A nice and smooth today. And also apparently another chapter after this. There's apparently 2 chapters. I don't know what the second chapter all entails. But apparently there's 2 chapters technically. So I don't know what that means. Things have clearly changed since the last time I booted this game up quite a bit. Everything else here looks pretty normal though. But the HUD's a little different looking, which is interesting. But we got this nice big begin chapter A button here, which I'm assuming is what I need to click to begin this. Yeah, hopefully the Wi-Fi holds. Well, actually, I'm wired. I don't use Wi-Fi. This isn't a Wi-Fi issue. This is Shaw making up excuses for their shoddy service issue, which I've probably gone over stream tons of times, and the sooner TELUS can get their stupid cables in the ground up here, the better, because I've never had issues with them, but unfortunately this house does not have proper TELUS service at the moment because they haven't wired this part of the city up. Go figure. So we're stuck with shitty Shaw, which isn't even that technically that, but that's like a whole other thing. Very Canadian problem. I mean, if Shaw was murdered for real, we'd be left with TELUS, and then you have a monopoly, so I mean, other people would hate that. Not that I would necessarily, because I've never had issues with it, but I'm very biased in this conversation. So, fingers crossed we can actually play this today proper. So, I don't remember anything that happened near the end. The end of this game from when we last streamed, it felt like a fever dream and a half, going through all the secrets and stuff, so I don't remember anything. That was like back in September. So if whatever references we have to that and any current information I should know from those chapters, I'm probably not going to remember it fully. I just remember us escaping the simulation and then going back in and then having like sequel bait set up for what I can only assume is the next game that's coming out. And then beyond that, I don't remember too much on the nitty-gritty. But yeah, anyways, remember there being Yuri? Yes, there's lots of Yuri. I do remember that. I think we all remember that very, very fondly. Despite the circumstances, everything feels cold. I feel like I'm falling endlessly through a space my brain could never begin to comprehend. And when I open my eyes, I see hell. What the hell? I woke up to the sound of crackling and screaming. The small room I'd made my own in the place where we were renting was completely engulfed in flames. What the hell happened? I crawled out of bed and started stumbling toward the door to the rest of the apartment in a haze. Is Allison okay? Oh god. Oh yes, we did get to confirm that they did move in together. Outside of the simulation, so that's good. Allison! Allison! Can you hear me? A muffled scream returned my desperate calls. Saturday, hell. I rushed out of the room and in the direction of the noise and then froze when I saw the end of the hallway. Allison was completely surrounded by a blazing inferno, and standing above her was a strange masked woman who had broken into our hotel room. What the hell? Get away from her! Or is this back in the hotel? I thought this was like after they left everything. Oh, we're going way back on this one. It's like the first uh, like, point of deviation here. No, this is definitely in the simulation. I thought this was like after the epilogue happened, but no, this is apparently going all the way back to the fucking hotel room from like near the start of the game. I rushed forward and tried to save Allison, but something gave out and I fell face first towards the ground. So is this like an alternate timeline then? Not that, you know, alternate really means anything in this game. What is... I looked behind me to see what had caused me to collapse, and what I saw made my face go pale in horror. One of my legs was missing, a mixture of blood and horrifying black liquid was oozing from it. Then the pain struck. Unimaginable pain. I felt as if I was being torn across the universe. I can't even let a scream before... I jolted upright in my bed. The room had just been on fire a moment ago is back to its original peaceful, slightly messy self. I pulled the blanket I was sleeping with and looked down. My leg was still there, albeit wrapped in many bandages. A nightmare then. I let my head rest back on my pillow and sighed. You'd think I'd be used to those by now. Definitely not, though. I closed my eyes again and tried to drift back into sleep. To no avail. Alright, god damn it. Fine. I'll get up. I looked over my bedside table and grabbed my phone. The little always-on display said 11:35 p.m. I guess I did go to sleep earlier than usual. Carefully moved my leg over the bed's edge and moved it into the cast propped up against my bed, and slowly stumbled out of the room. As I went into the living room, I looked over at the eating table and saw Allison sitting on her laptop. Morning, evening? Good 11:35 p.m. Couldn't sleep. Slept. Then I woke up. Bad dream. Allison looked concerned. Okay, so this is after the game. That was just dreams of shit that happened then. Okay. That makes more sense to me, that if this is like taking place after everything. I'm sorry to hear. Want to talk about it? I mean, you're right, Jack. This could still be in the simulation for all we know. There's nothing, no evidence here supporting otherwise. Not really. Understandable. I pulled up one of the seats at the table across from her and sat down. Isn't it pretty late for your standards? I've been sleeping later and waking up later lately. Not too sure why. I guess that's fair. Welcome to my world. I'd have to pull like 3 all-nighters in a row to get your world sat. I gave her a jokingly angry glare and she chuckled. So what are you doing awake? Making sure plans are finalized for tomorrow. Huh? What's happening tomorrow? Seriously? Sue me. Just tell me. But Tommy and Eddie moving into the same building tomorrow? I sighed. Not sure how I forgot about that. I'm making sure everything's sorted with the discounted rent plan they get from us also being here. That makes sense. What time are they getting here again? I think the ferry gets into Miyosumi part, or it's around 11 a.m.? Oh, okay. You don't need to be up too early then. Yeah, not really an issue. I will say the unlock requirements for the epilogue have been changed to require chapter alpha and the next chapter be completed first. There's a third chapter that was added? Okay, this might be a two-parter stream. I was like gonna start this really early, but I was concerned that if I did that, people would be like surprised, and then I wouldn't want people to miss too much of it. So I decided to just start the usual time, you know, internet notwithstanding. But knowing that there's like 3 parts to this new story arc, we might have to make this a 2-parter then, depending how the puzzles go. Yeah, not really an issue. We sat in silence for a bit, and the sounds of the apartment being the air conditioner and Allison tapping on her laptop's keyboard. Got a kind of serious one for you if you're okay with talking about it. Eh? Sure. Have you been doing okay? Mentally, I mean. We haven't really talked about it since that night I came into your room. I think I am? It's hard to tell sometimes. How so? Well, you know, I'm still kind of struggling to put into words some of the things I'm feeling, but evidently it's still bothering me enough that I'm having nightmares about it. I mean, I'd be more surprised if you weren't struggling to process it. It's all just so scary to think about. It sure is. And there's also still the part of me that can't place what it is about all of that feels wrong to me. Wouldn't all of it feel wrong? No, no, yeah, I know, but it's different than that. Like, spiritual? Is spiritual the right word? I don't know. It feels incorrect. Like, something about the way everything happened fundamentally contradicts the way the world works. Yeah. Wow. You pulled that pretty easily. I guess you've been thinking about it too. Kinda hard not to, but I get what you mean. It's something I can't figure out, and every time I try, I get an enormous headache and need to take a break. Almost feels like something supernatural is guarding the truth. Didn't take you for the superstitious type. You know I'm very much not, which is what makes all this so weird. Yeah. Some more time passed. I focused on the dim lamp in the corner of the apartment, which was flickering ever so slightly. Oh, do you mean like the epilogue to the original game? Like, it's not a new epilogue, but it's just a epilogue from the original part of the game and not this update? Or at least, like, original according to the part I played. I know that even a lot of that stuff technically isn't original, quote-unquote. Oh, okay, the epilogue already did. Alright, alright. So that's why I booted the game up in the A, and Alpha was already there then. Good. Some more time passed. I focused on the dim lamp in the corner of the apartment, which was flickering ever so slightly. You think all of this is going to be okay? I can't say, but I don't think worrying about it, if it is or isn't, is worth the time. Won't change much. I was kind of surprised to hear that, coming from her. Really have changed. Damn. It's not a huge deal. Don't make it weird. I'm not making it weird. Allison, despite her tendency to be as honest as she possibly can, was always very shy about changing. Anytime she became interested in something new or wanted to change up her look, it would always take her a little bit of work to work up the courage to talk about it. But she undoubtedly has changed. The fact that we've been staying in Minamiosumi with the plan to go to Tokyo in the winter is proof of that. I'm just holding up my promise to you. Huh? What's that? Nothing. I think I'm done for the night. She closed up her laptop and stood up. What about you? Are you going to try and get more sleep? Yeah, probably. Just had to refresh the brain juices after a nightmare. You know how it is. Sure do. Need help getting back to your room? Nah, I got it. Thanks for offering, though. Yeah, of course. Night. Night-night. Allison walked down the hall to her room. I set myself up from the table and walked back to my own. Thanks, Allie. You're right. We'll be okay. I'm surprised they're not sharing a room. It's memory. I don't recall it. Wait, what? Where am I? Oh no. Who am I, for that matter? I can't see anything, can't hear anything. I tried to shout, but it didn't feel my mouth move. Come to think of it, I can't feel anything either. What the hell is this? Is this someone's idea of a practical joke? No, it can't be. I don't know. These memories. They're outside of what I recall. I suppose I can't do anything but keep watching them. So where's this put us in the timeline then? Okay. This was... So this is like right smack dab in the middle of chapter 2. Weird, okay. Just branches off out here. I'm assuming this takes place after the main game though, because like, them having an apartment and everything... Pretty sure that was all established after we did all the epilogues and stuff, especially if that's like a completion requirement for this. Chapter 3 starts with a time jump. This is set to... Oh, so this is in the simulation then. Okay. Because I thought they also gone like an apartment together after everything happened. Well, it's a good thing to have some points here. I didn't even think about that. It should have grinded points. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter because I have... I think I still have the super, like, point multiplier cheat turned on, because why not? So we don't really need to worry about stuff like that. We'll come back to the music when we need it. Isn't this the time when that was mentioned where they went back to the shrine? You know what? It could be? This would have been... Yeah, because chapter 2 is when they first go to the shrine. And then, I don't remember... Chapter 3 was still fairly normal, right? I don't remember exactly what Chapter 2 and 3 entailed. I just remember Chapter 2 is when they first went to the shrine. Where's the next story here? The next day, the routine ferry from Tanegashima to Kagoshima departed on time as the schedule had suggested, with Eddie and Katomi on it. The two sisters sat down on one of the seats facing each other that ran through the long hallway of the east of the ship. End of chapter 3 is when we learn about simulation. Oh, okay. So this is like still super normal time then. Wait, but the hotel thing happened, yeah? Yeah, the hotel stuff happened because that's why her leg was all bandaged up when she got out of bed. That was like the only like major thing that happened at this point. Yeah, and if this is like everyone's original designs, then you're right, that definitely would be. Although if they left the simulation, I would imagine that their original designs would be reinstated because like all of that stuff happened in the computer. But no, okay, that makes sense then if this is still in the fair. I'm curious how that's going to play into the plot then, because if this is taking or going to have some implications to the end of the plot. You're right though, this could be the alternate timeline. Phew. Glad boarding wasn't an issue. I was worried since we had the car with us I'd be lined up. Can't imagine there being plenty of people itching to go from Tanegashima to Kagoshima or vice versa, though. Yeah, fair. Anyway, it's about 100 minutes to Minami-Osumi. What are you gonna do to pass the time? Dunno. Didn't have anything in mind. Do you want anything from the cafe? I'll probably go grab a drink at some point. I can go myself. Sheesh, you're always babying me. You're the younger sister. You're literally a baby to me. Oh, shut up. You're the more excitable and energetic one. Point taken. Oh yeah, this is right. They all moved into the same apartment together. I remember that, because right, yeah, we had Chapter 2 and then Chapter 3 happen, and it's like they're suddenly all living together. So this would be, okay. I remember that now. Now I'm starting to remember things better. Chapter 3 opens with them arriving in Tokyo, which they mentioned they were preparing for. Right, yeah. I wasn't serious. You do know maturity isn't really tied to energy at all, right? I mean, obviously I do. Sometimes I forget, though. I don't know. How do you forget something like that? I just do. Or, I guess, it's less I forget that, and more like... how do I put it? Tommy thought for herself for a moment, realizing the more serious the turn the conversation was taking. Eddie relaxed her friendly guard a little. I guess it's more that sometimes I feel like I forget what the energy I even have is. Like, you forget what your personality is like. Kinda, or more so, wondering if I even have anything that can be considered a personality. Hitomi forced a smile. That probably sounds stupid, doesn't it? Eddie leaned back in the soft chair. I don't think it's stupid. I mean, you obviously have a personality, but I get what you mean. Yeah, I feel like there's always some degree of me changing my personality to adapt to whatever kind of environment I am. And like, I know that's, you know, part of being a sociable human being, but I'm also not sure I've struck the best balance. I guess that's what I'm thinking about. Any idea why that would be? What do you mean? Like, any reason you can't think of for why you sort of ended up slipping into adapting more than you feel you should? Sorry, I'm not good with words for this kind of thing. Nah, it's fine. I get you now. I'm not really sure. I guess if I could think of one thing, I'd never really felt like I needed to be super myself. How so? I guess it's like I kind of feel like a footnote in other people's stories sometimes. Like I've never had a reason to put forward Gotomi Nichibotsu. Feels like I'm just there sometimes. That's not really anyone's fault. I could definitely stand to be a bit more forward about things. Well, you know if you need any help, you can ask me. Don't know if this kind of stuff is my strong suit, but I can at least lend an ear. Yeah. Appreciate you a lot, sis. You know that. Is currently apologizing for forgetting about Katomi for the entire back half of the story. I mean, a lot of things happened in the back half of that story. It definitely became a very different focus, let's just put it that way, for a big chunk of it. Like, it went from this, and then, like, the action just kind of, like, it was like a 90-degree turn straight up as the action increased. And it just kind of focused on that and pretty much nothing else. Of course I do. Sister spends some time in silence, watching the waves churn as the ferry plows through the ocean. Okay, I think I'm gonna go get a drink. You sure you don't want anything? Grape juice. Katomi laughed. You got it, sis. Now, see, maturity isn't judged by energy, it's judged by your choice of juice. Sorry, that's the rules. I didn't make them. Sure enough, the ferry pulled into the port of Minamiyosumi shortly after 11 a.m. Allison stood leaning against the exterior wall of the waiting room, drinking a decaffeinated coffee drink. Slowly the ramp opened, and one by one cars and foot passengers alike began pouring out of the ferry. The car Katomi was driving turned and drove up right beside the waiting room, and Katomi rolled down the window. Long time no see. Glad to see you in good health, Allie. You too as well. Do I just take the back seat, or... There aren't any other seats to take, girlie. I'm just being curious. What do you mean there's no other seats? You're not trying hard enough. If you think the front seat is occupied, that's on you. Allison opened the back door of the car and slid into the back seat. It's only about 5 minutes from here. You still have the address I sent you, yeah? Yep. Katomi typed the address of the apartments into her phone's map service and drove out of the ferry terminal. I take it you two had a safe and uneventful trip? Pretty much, yeah. Katomi was worried we were going to miss the ferry, though. Hey, I was just thinking ahead. I know sometimes the lines for ferries can be pretty bad if you're driving. Katomi, we live in Tanegashima. That wasn't going to happen. Allison laughed at the sisters' playful banter. Feels like a bit of a role reversal. Katomi is usually the reckless one, leaving things to the last minute. I just didn't want to miss the ferry. Wow, I am being prosecuted from all angles by my friend and sister. Everyone in the car laughed. Katomi pulled the car into the parking zone for the apartment building, and the three girls stepped outside into the fresh air. Alright, so I made sure your keys were ready on time for when your ferry arrived. We need to go check in with the landlord at the office to get those, though. Makes sense. Is Saturday awake? She wasn't when I left, but she might be now. I'll check on her while you two get checked in. Sounds good. Come find us when you're done, then. Sure. Katomi and Artie walked off toward the landlord's office around the front entrance of the building, and Allison walked up the stairs to the second floor. I was lying in bed when Allison knocked on my door. Hey, Sat, you up? Yeah, sorta. Alright, well, no pressure to get up. Was just checking if you were awake. Katomi and Eddie are here now, but we can invite them over to say hi once you're properly up, okay? Yep, sounds good. I heard the footsteps that indicated Allison walking away, and then the front door opening and closing. I lifted my head up from the pillow and sighed. God, I feel like shit for all this. I'm sorry, Allie. I took out my phone and opened the Messenger app. Welcome to Kagoshima. Oh, you are awake? Yes. Well, glad to be here. Yeah. So, what we talked about. Yeah. Are we still good for tonight? Should be. What do you want to leave? Allie's been sleeping later, so I'll probably get up to get a drink at 1, and if she's asleep, we'll go then. Okay, got it. Put my phone away and exhaled. I'm really, really sorry, Allie, but I need to know. Were they one of the car ferries? Yeah, I mean, because remember they had to, because Eddie brought her car with them, because that's what they used to get around, especially to the shrine, once that was a thing. Uh-oh. Well, that didn't take very long for shit to hit the fan. I was wondering when something was going to happen here. Allison woke up. She checked the time on her phone and saw that it was 1:22 a.m. Okay. You might want to check your phone then. I think I see a discrepancy. I believe I'm starting to remember that happening quite a bit in the original game. Why'd I wake up? Ugh. Well, whatever. Sure, game. It's definitely 1:22 a.m. Turning over in bed, Allison closed her eyes again to return to the world of dreams. But she couldn't. Something isn't right. Allison lifted her head off of her pillow and sat up. Sighing, she took a drink from the glass of water on the side of her bed. Fantastic. I hate this thing my body does where it wakes up and refuses to sleep again until it knows what's wrong. Turning and sliding her legs out of the comforter, Allison slipped her feet into her slippers and stood up. Then, realizing the uncertainty she was feeling, she went cold with fear. Is Saturday all right? She turned open the knob to open the door to the hallway. Each step felt like a hot coal burning away the layer of safety that she'd managed to believe in, even in spite of the situation she's been through. Allison stopped outside of Saturday's door. I'm sure she's asleep. I shouldn't be loud and I shouldn't worry, so let's just be quiet and check. Very slowly and quietly, Allison turned a knob and opened the door. The dim light of the hallway spilled into Saturday's room, and what it illuminated was nothing. In any other circumstance, nothing would be good. Looking for something you're horrified of and finding nothing would be the best thing to ease your fears. Right now, though, Saturday? No answer. It didn't take long for Allison to realize that Saturday wasn't in the apartment. Saturday? Saturday, where are you? Screaming around the apartment for a brief few minutes, Allison stopped and took a few deep breaths in. Allison ran back into her room, grabbed her phone, and immediately texted Katomi. Katomi, is Saturday over there? Please tell me she's over there or something. In this kind of situation, I feel like a phone call would be more than justified, even if it is 1:06, but actually 1:22 in the morning. Like, this feels like an emergency. You wake someone up with that phone call. However, no response from Katomi came through. The cold ice pressing against Allison's chest became even colder. Maybe she woke up and then took 16 minutes to check her phone so the scene technically started at 12:06. Alright, you know what? You win. I'll buy it. I'll take it. That makes sense. That is how the clocks in this game do work. Is they record the time that the scene starts, after all. It just took 16 minutes for the dialogue to kick in. I'm fine with that. I like it. Tommy is usually awake at this time. Oh god. Again, phone call. You know how many times you miss text just because someone decided to text you in an emergency instead of calling? It just makes me think of like IT crowd when he like emails the fire department. Fire. Please come soon. Sincerely, Moss. Realizing she had no choice but to go over to Eri and Katomi's apartment herself, Allison rushed to put her shoes on and ran out the door to the second-floor exterior hallway of the apartment building, and down to the apartment the sisters were renting on the first floor. Allison banged the door a few times. However, it was not Katomi, but an extremely tired Eri who answered the door. Oh my god, Allison, it is 1 in the morning. What could possibly warrant this kind of reaction? Saturday's gone. I can't find her anywhere. She's not in the apartment. Huh? Realizing that Allison wasn't the type to play some kind of practical joke, Eddie pulled Allison inside and helped her calm down, at least as much as she could. Is Katomi not awake? I tried contacting her, but didn't get anything. I went to bed before her. I assume she's asleep. Let me go check. Now, we can presume then, since this is like chapter 2.5, that nothing terrible is going to happen to Saturday, because, I mean, we need her to be there for, you know, chapter 3 after all. So I feel like some of the tension's already been alleviated with that fact in mind. Harry walked down the hallway to Katomi's room and opened the door. After a few seconds, she turned back to Allison with a look of fear on her face. We have a bit of problem on our hands. The barely audible motor of Katomi's car cut through the crickets and night ambience of the highway to the Okawachi Shrine. I sat in the front seat beside Katomi, who was driving. My eyes drifted out the window to the stars above as we passed through the trees. I know this is an awful idea. Of course I did. How could I not? How could I not have convinced myself in any way that this was anything close to a good idea? But something was calling me back. Something otherworldly. When you're dealing with something outside the natural rules of the world, logic and emotion fall to the wayside. That just That makes sense, right? I really hope more than anything Ali is sleeping soundly and I'll be back within a couple hours and she won't have known a thing. It was only about a half-hour drive to the Okawachi Shrine. We'd get there, realize everything was normal, and be back by 2:30. Simple. I guess she forgot the part where Ali just has, like, a Saturday sense and knows when she leaves the apartment. Yeah, chapters 1 and 3 were indeed in a time loop. A very, very lengthy time loop. So I guess this could technically be a version of 2.5 where things go horribly wrong and then the simulation restarts. That is true. That could be the case here. This might not be the true 2.5. I'm calling it 2.5 because, I mean, so far that's what it looks like. Yeah, very hard to explain. I don't know. I thought it was fine. It made sense to me. It was a little excessive, but you know what? I like me some excessive time travel shenanigans sometimes. The only timeline stuff I've ever had issues trying to figure out or wrap my head around was whatever bullshit Xehanort pulled in Kingdom Hearts. That's like literally the only one. Specifically that moment. Every other part of Kingdom Hearts was fine, even the other parts of kinds of time travel. But that one specific form of time travel, I just took me forever to understand. But usually I don't have a problem with like time travel plots, like some people do. Finally, I noticed that the sign that indicated a turnoff from the highway to get to the shrine, and Katomi pulled the car into the narrow offshoot road. So maybe this is like a version, because like, didn't they all go to the shrine together for the first time in the rest of the game? So maybe this is like a different timeline then, if it's only Katomi and Saturday going here first. I understand to be clear, but like objectively it's hard to explain to people. Oh yeah, I mean, trying to explain time travel stuff to people is hard because yeah, like when you do a time travel story, you have to be really careful with how you do it because a lot of people need that extra explanation for it to make sense to them. Because trying to explain your time travel rules can be really tricky, especially when, while doing so, you realize how many holes are in your time travel rules. Because that also happens a lot too. Immediately, it was clear that at the very least, Chio's story she told us back in the hotel room was true. There was indeed a building that had an insignia of a sunrise in the place that I thought the shrine originally had been. Katomi parked the car by the actual path to the shrine first. Oh, so they already went to the shrine. Okay, I don't remember everything that happened in Chapter 2, like the timeline of events in the original chapters. It's been 6 months since... No, more than 6 months. It's been 8 months since I last played this game, so I don't remember all of the little event order. Katomi parked the car by the actual path to the shrine first. We got out and she helped us up the stairs to the shrine. This is the shrine then? It's not the same as the one from that video. But that Katomi said it. I stopped to think about it and realized that she was right. They all went minus Katomi and plus Chio the first time, but this was... Yeah, okay, this isn't the first time. Oh, okay, right. Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot that Katomi wasn't with them when they went to the actual shrine. I don't think VS has time. I mean, I consider time loops a form of time travel. It's a linear form of time travel. It's a loop. You know, it's in the name. I consider it a form of time travel because usually when you do time loops in something, there's usually it involves a plot of you breaking out of it and therefore a diverging timeline. So right there you have time travel. In my opinion, anyways, I consider it's time manipulation, which I think definitely falls under the jurisdiction of time travel. Chapter 2 recap. Eddie and Ali go out to Minamiyosumi, met up with Cheeto while driving out to Shine. Cave-in occurs, yeah, I remember that. Saturday saves Allison from Lock 5, and then, or Lock V, then Worldkeeper intrudes to her hotel room and tries to shoot. Right, yeah. The hotel shooting part I remember, because that was, like, brought up at the start of this chapter. I did forget about... Yeah, they went to the shrine first, and then the hotel room stuff happened. Okay, yeah. No, thank you. That makes sense then. Yeah, you're right. The one in the video looked like it was in some kind of residential neighborhood, right? This one is right in the middle of the forest. The point where the observer is meant to know that this is in fact a paracycle one mentioned by Tsuki in chapter 6. Oh, okay. That makes, yeah. So this is definitely a different time. So this is not the one that we went through to solve everything then. So is this gonna have any like relevance to the actual plot then, or is this just like a side story for fun? I'm guessing it's gonna have something to do with the actual plot, even if it is like a previous time loop. Oh, I see it. Tommy pointed to the right edge of the shrine, where the small wooden rocking horse sat, gently rocking in the midnight summer breeze. It's that horse. Yeah, I wasn't able to get a picture of it last time we were here. Should probably do that now. I took out my phone and snapped a picture of the rocking horse, then put my phone back in my pocket. Anyway, yeah, this is the shrine. We entered through a maintenance shed behind the shrine, but I looked over to where the shed was the last time we were here. There was no longer any such structure by that part of the shrine. Sheesh. It really is looking like you guys are dealing with some kind of supernatural world-altering force here. I didn't want to say it, but of course, she was right. It really did feel like that. Yeah, why we are doing this story, I'm sure, is going to become very relevant very soon here. Especially if there's like 2 whole chapters that I wasn't aware of. Like, it was brought to my attention that Alpha finally came out, I think, 2 weeks ago? Or like 1.5 weeks ago. I was still kind of sick at the time, so I wasn't really streaming. And then last week just wasn't possible with streaming this. And then I found out today that there was even more story content added afterwards, so it was almost like a good thing that I waited then, if we had like a whole nother chapter on top of Alpha to deal with. Anyway, yeah, nothing out of the ordinary aside from the missing shed. Let's, check the bigger elephant in the room. Or forest. Yeah, here, let me help you down. Tomi helped me down the stairs back to where she had parked the car. We got in and she pulled it up to the top of the road and parked again. The strange sunrise building was clear in our sights. This thing. We walked up to the building and Katomi pulled open the rusted metal door and looked inside. Sure enough, it led to that same spiral staircase. Should we go inside? I don't know. Do we need to? I don't think we should tempt fate that much. I shivered a bit. I knew that I wouldn't be able to leave here satisfied if I didn't go back down there to confirm the sights I thought I remembered. Katomi seemed to pick up on what I was thinking. She leaned against the rusted metal wall. I'll keep watch. Think you can get yourself down there? Yeah, I'll just take a bit, which I'm fine with. I just need to make sure. Alright. Call if you need me. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, so I originally thought this came out last year. Or that, I mean, I guess that was kind of the plan anyways. And for some reason, I thought it was out back in like December. So I was going to stream it then. And I was like, okay, well, it's not. My bad. And then I just was waiting and then just kind of forgot about the game. And then they hadn't checked on it in a while. So yeah, by the time I found out Alpha was out, it was like already been out for like half a month. Walked over to the stairs and slowly but surely began to descend the steps, one by one. It took me nearly 6 minutes to reach the bottom. And when I did, I was met with a confusing sight that made perfect sense. The entrance is blocked. God damn it. Right. It did cave in, didn't it? Well, at least I can be sure that part did happen. This sucks though. I walked up to the rubble. It was fragmented enough that it felt like if I started clawing away at it, I could make it through. What the hell am I thinking? There's no way I could... And yet, my thoughts betrayed me, as if I had already begun attempting to scoop the debris out of the entrance with my bare hands. I was making slow but sure progress. Felt like with enough time Allison, Saturday! That voice shouted everything I was thinking, believing, saying, and doing, all in an instant. And it was all immediately followed by hurried footsteps on metal, and a hand on my back pulling me back to reality. What the hell are you doing? For a second I was unable to think, unable to do anything. It felt like I could barely breathe. My mind became a whirlwind of dreams and nightmares, hope and hopelessness. Don't shut up, tell me, answer me, goddammit! Saturday, what the hell are you doing? Allison was out of breath, panting with an expression on her face I couldn't quite make out. Was it anger? Fear? Sadness? I only got 2 words out of my throat before my throat gave in. I felt like I couldn't say anything. Something had pressed against my ability to speak. What the hell in every possible universe would have made you think it was even a remotely good idea to come back out here, without telling me, in the middle of the night, with Katomi? What the hell are you thinking? The grip of my throat released. I didn't tell you because I knew you'd worry. I can't keep getting you involved in this, and of course it's a stupid idea, I know that. But this feels wrong, Allison. You don't understand, you can't understand. I needed to see this through with my own eyes again. I've been constantly doubting if I can even trust my own goddamn memories of what happened. Can't understand? Of fucking course I can understand, Saturday. Do you think I haven't been feeling the same goddamn thing this whole goddamn time? But I knew I can't just go out to the goddamn shrine in the middle of the night without telling anyone other than the person I needed to drive me here. Do you even care what I think? Do you even care that I worry about you at all? Emotions were rising, and in the moment, neither Allison nor I could hold back the things we really want to say. Are you insane? Of course I care. That's why I didn't tell you. Was it so hard to understand? I did this to keep you safe, Allison. Keep me safe? Putting yourself in danger and leaving me at the chance of losing you and never even knowing it until it was too late? You're so goddamn lucky I've got a horrifyingly good sense of when something's going wrong, or who knows what state I would have found you in days later. Shine continued, and a similar scene was painted hundreds of steps above the depths we stood in. Are you stupid? Are you really that goddamn stupid, Katomi? What the hell are you doing out here? Listen, okay? This isn't... Speak up, goddammit. Tell me why. In all their years together living on this peaceful island of Tanegashima, Katomi had never seen her sister this emotional before. She didn't know what to say. What could she say? Look, okay? It didn't feel right. My sister and her friends almost died in this place, and none of you even cared that can even trust your memories of what happened. Can you blame me for going along with this when Saturday said she needs someone to drive her out here? Blame you? I absolutely can blame you. God, of all the stupid, selfish, stuck-up things to do, were you going to just leave me there? Just leave me alone? I couldn't do anything, Eri. My sister nearly fucking died, and I had to just sit at home twiddling my goddamn thumbs. And now you're saying it's unfair for me to at least want to see the place where it happened? Of course it's not unfair to want to come back and see this place, but why didn't you tell me first? You could have stopped me. You're always playing it safe, Goddamn course I would have stopped you. We nearly died here. Why the hell would I tell you it's a good idea to come back here? Synchronized with the flow of time, Eddie took a step forward. Synchronized with the flow of time, Allison took a step forward. Surely if Katomi felt that she was feeling rather than hear it... Surely if Katomi felt how she was feeling rather than hear it, she'd understand. Surely if Saturday felt how she was feeling rather than hear it, she'd understand. Eddie put her hands on Katomi's shoulder. Allison put her hands on Saturday's shoulder. And Katomi fell backwards. And Saturday fell backwards. Over the edge of the spiral staircase. Into the jagged, pointed rubble blocking the entrance. Like every time before, the world freezes. God. Well, this is a new one. Having just activated freeze frame in time, Dawn stared at her computer monitor in an almost routine manner. Alright. What are we working with this time? 3 locks? 5 locks? What she saw surprised her. Okay. Well, it is 5 locks, but there's 2 sets of 2 that converge in the middle? This was a lock formation she'd never seen before. It hadn't appeared during the Burning Museum incident or the Shrine Cave-In, or even the World Keeper's intrusion into the hotel. Suppose there's no time to waste then. Let's get cracking. Now for the fun part! Alright, it's been a while since I've done any of these, but I do have everything all set up as usual. Haven't forgotten how to do this stuff. I got all my notes. Didn't forget those either. Where do you want to start? I guess we'll start with this one. Oh, this is an interesting one. Okay. Let me paste this into, get all these in here, and then we'll deal with them after the fact. Okay, so we have to do, so 5 locks converging on the middle. So it's like this unlock this, or is it like this and this unlock this, and then this and this unlock this? That's not a lot of information to go on, but I'm sure it'll be useful with this other picture. Yeah, I see how this is going to work then. Okay. So I'm guessing these puzzles are probably going to use mechanics from later parts of the game, considering what you need to complete in order to get to this point. I'm just moving this over so I can actually see chat while I do this. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to play some of the Chapter 8 songs. I didn't purchase them, but I mean, it'll be like really easy to purchase them. I have like the 8 times or whatever point cheat on to increase the things just so we don't have to worry about grinding. Because honestly, at this point, it's like, it's fine. I don't mind cheating a little bit to experience the fun parts. Let's see, anything else in chat here? Wish they used new mechanics instead of whatever new cipher bullshit. Well, I mean, you know, new puzzles are new puzzles, so for me, it's like, it doesn't matter if it's using old mechanics as long as the puzzle itself is new. It could still be fun. Let's do this. I think this will at least be useful. We'll do that. I think we can just kind of single this out a little bit. Now, so we have 3 different images here, so I should probably name these, hey? I don't know. I think that's usually important. So the left one was, that was the one with the squares. Okay. So we'll call this lock 1 for now. And then this was 3, so this is lock 3. That was the one on the right. I'm just naming these like left to right. For this one here, I can do this for now. I wonder if that'll help a little bit. Just kind of, because I feel like there's going to be some overlaying stuff here. Like, just with how these are laid out, I feel like this is probably a useful thing to do. Okay, so first thing that comes to mind is the game's logo. I don't know how important that is. I also see arrows on the sides pointing up. Let's turn this one off for now, so we can like see this one better. None of this stuff is on, so both of these images here have, should this be rotated somewhat? Is that safe to do here? Why did it deselect? There we go. Is that safe to do at all? Paint gonna support that? Oh, kind of is. Oh, I see. It's also mirrored. Okay, hang on. We can fix that too. We'll just go like this. I'll preserve the original, but I'm gonna just do this real quick. There we go. I'm not gonna really be able to paste that back in, but I'm gonna do my best. You know what? That actually is pretty good. I'm willing to. I'm pasting it in and I'm keeping it there. I don't see any reason to preserve the mirrored numbers. I think that's kind of what we need to do here at the very least. The middle one's just an input panel, not a puzzle. Oh, okay. Wait, was it actually? Am I dumb? Did I forget what? Oh, I forgot what input panels look like. My bad. Okay. Thank you. Yes, that is useful. It's been a while. I remember how to do the puzzles. I just don't remember what things look like. think the bombs are generally better to look at first. It didn't let me. It wasn't letting me. Like, you mean these ones? Need a full right set to solve this. Yeah, we can't look at the bottom ones at all yet, if that's what you're talking about. Because I haven't played the alpha songs. Oh. Oh, right, because we have to go. Okay, all right, let's go. You're right. Okay, I guess I forgot this part. All right, let's go back and play some songs then. We'll go play some songs. Let me unlock some music. Is there like a chapter alpha folder so we can play the new stuff only? Do I have enough for all this? Ah, I don't. Okay. We're gonna need to come back for that one. Is it chapter alpha? Perfect. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. It just goes back into... where's that node flowchart? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Let's check out the new stuff then. Okay, where is... How do we go to folders? I forget. It's gonna tell me in a second here. S. R's version. Default. Oh, it is W. Oh, right. W takes me out of favorites. That's where I was. Chapter... Oh, I went past it. Is it chapter... It's not chapter 6. No, because I've already done chapter 6. Oh, there it is. Chapter alpha. Alright. So we got Tau. I like that art. Endless Reality. Wolvraves. Domain Breached. Zilfexica. And then we'll have to come back. Oh, of course, I didn't buy the good one. Leave it to me to not buy the good one. Now, I need to make sure... we can try an 11 on some of these, but I'll need to make sure that we're playing for... points. No, battery, right? We need battery. Batteries for story mode, right? Domain Breach is probably my favorite non-boss song in the game. We can do that one first then, sure. I don't need to do these in order, it'll keep track of it. Do I still have? I do still have rhythm game mode on here, good. Alright, yeah, battery is what we want here. I'm pretty sure, let me just actually double check before we do the song that's still enabled, but I remember, I thought I left cheat mode on, but I'm gonna double check. Accessibility, I think yeah, currency multiplier times 8. I have no qualms with using that at this point. Because we'd be here for a while if I didn't. Okay, we'll do 11 on this one just because I haven't played this specific VSRG in a while. I don't remember what buttons I had set for this. Was I a L and semicolon kind of guy that day, or was I I guess I wasn't an L and semicolon kind of guy that day. I actually haven't played like a keyboard VSRG in quite a while. Probably... No, I definitely... I was playing some Easy 2 on, but I just haven't played in like a couple months. My VSRG playing these days has mostly been DDR and Stepmania, and some Pump It Up actually. Actually, do you even count those as VSRGs? I mean, they technically are, but I don't know if people like consider that kind of game as a VSRG colloquially. Also, I think it tracks with difficulty of locks of playing above will not function, I'm pretty sure. Ugh. Did the old stuff do that? No, I think it did. That's right, it did. Because I remember doing some, like, middle level, or not middle, but the one above middle stuff, and it was like, yeah, you don't get, this isn't points for middle, sorry. So like, yeah, you have to do each of the, unfortunately you have to do each of the unlocks like separately, which I never liked in rhythm games when they do that. I've definitely played a lot of games. Groove Coaster comes to mind. Groove Coaster definitely comes to mind. Especially YY Party, where it's like, oh, you gotta play on like easy difficulty like 30 times. No, playing on hard and expert difficulty will not count towards easy difficulty clears, because it's not easy difficulty. I'm just like, well, fuck you, I'm never doing that then. I don't want to play easy difficulty. I hate when rhythm games do that, but sometimes there's a good reason for it. But most of the time, I don't think there's ever an excuse. It feels a little weird in a game like this too, considering like how customizable the actual overall difficulty of like progression is for the player, and like it's impressive how good the customization is in that regard in this game. And it's something, and then you have this where it's like, no, sorry, you can't use unlocking like, you know, expert versions of like story progression will not get you like novice versions of story progression. I thought I like missed, but then I remembered that like hold notes are weird in this game.
Here's what I really want.
Curiosity.
Oh, completely missed her at that part for some reason. Rip full combo. Because it seems like high levels have a lot more holds in a row and whatnot, so it's very differently group scaling. Well, yeah, sure, but like in other rhythm games, a lot of progression systems I've seen, it's like a lot of them just don't give a shit. It's like, yeah, okay, you beat hard mode, here's like normal and easy versions of the same unlocks. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. If I can clear hard, then surely I can clear, you know, normal and easy as well, right? Because like it's not the same thing. I guess if you clear high difficulty, it will unlock the easier chart of story mode, but it will still say locked in story mode. Right, I remember that. Okay, at least it does do that. That's true. But the fact that like the story mode version of it still locked feels a little weird. What was the requirements that we even needed? I just want to see what we actually needed. I forgot. What do we need to unlock these two nodes? 4 AA ranks on middle songs. Okay. Oh, but I have to play them on middle is the problem. I think I was playing some of that stuff on finale. So we might have issues there. Max combo of over 403 middle songs. Okay, so we're pretty much already there. So I have to do one more song, basically. Yeah, see, for that case, I might as well just play middle for it all, because it's otherwise we're never going to get anything unlocked. I think 400 combo plus 4 delay. Yeah, I think, yeah, it was 3 for both them. Yeah, we got double S there, and we got this here. Can I see my scores? How do we see the score for it? F3? No, that's global scores. Can I not see my stats? I thought there was a button to see your stats. Oh, is it tab? Oh, thank you. That's it. Yeah, here it is. No. No, I meant, like, my stats. Like, did I get... What combo did I get? I see score. I see, like, you know, song stats. Difficulty. Oh, there's my combo. Okay, I missed that on this screen. Yeah, 619. Okay, so yeah, we're good there. And we got 289. I didn't get 300. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to play a 4th song because apparently I fucked that one up. If I need 400 combo, I definitely fucked that up. That's fine. We can just go down the list, try them all out, because I'm sure if I did it perfectly, we wouldn't get to see the rest of the songs as part of the story. Not bad for someone who is, like, not using proper gamer posture on those last two, I will say that. Gamer posture has been fully launched for this one. Okay, well we got the combo now at least. I'm looking forward to get more plays for these new unlocks. What were the requirements for like the previous locks? I forgot. What were the requirements for like in the main game? All right, so we got 3 S's and I think we need one more combo still, right? Yeah. All right, what any requests for the last song? Oh, the 3 that we haven't played yet. Locking the boss on the finale is a pain because there's not enough finales that are easier than the boss itself on finale. Damn. Endless? You want to see Endless? Well, we just did Endless. I meant the 3 that we haven't. So Wolvraves, Zilfekia, or Idealized Nilpotency. I like the sound of this one personally. Who made these other ones? Ares, Ash. No one I recognize. Idealize? Okay, we'll do Idealize then. I'll do it on middle since that's where we got most progress on. See, I wish like for some of these, like I'd like to up the difficulty on a couple of these sometimes on these songs, just to give it a try. But, you know, that's like an example of like, I wish there was, unlock progress wasn't tied to difficulty so harshly. Because that's like a reason why I like it when that's not the case. Because then I can just like freely choose what difficulty I want. It's like, oh well, but here it's like, okay, well, I've already got most of the requirements on middle, so we might as well just do it all on middle. Good soap line on that one. Very well telegraphed. Not quite a DDR. Oh. There's a couple of times there I thought I dropped it for sure. That's a really good one. Whoops. That's definitely my favorite of the pack. How do you favorite things again? E. Alright. Will we have an opportunity to come back and play these ones later? Or if I was to leave now, there wouldn't be any reason to come back and play these? I guess what I'm asking is, should I just play these two now, or is it worth to save it for later? We'll have to come back and play more. Blocks in Chapter 1, 3 to 5 out of 11. Chapter 2 is 3 to 5 out of 11. 2 to 7, 12. No reason, really? Okay, well, why don't we just play them now then, so we can at least, like, check them out? Because we kind of did a lot of the main game songs, so I think it's only fair that we at least play these then, since we're not going to be coming back to these anytime soon. Because I imagine the other chapter probably has its own set of music. I'm always a sucker for streams. A lot of those in that last little jack section did not feel like they should have been perfects. I actually contemplated setting up my arcade controller for this, because I have been playing a lot of DJ Max and Easy 2 on with it, at least in 4K mode, because anything above 4K, it's just like a nightmare to try and map that thing to it. I do find it a little more comfortable to use than keyboard these days. The keyboard's fine. Keyboard is at least easy. I don't have to do anything extra to set it up.
Let's go down.
Yeah, that one's got some weird, like, note switching there. I still, to this day, like, I get tripped on more so by, like, the way the red and blue notes existences. Like, if they were just normal notes, they would be a cinch to read that. But it's literally just, like, the fact that those notes exist. It's like this weird, the mechanic itself is, like, still really weird to me, because it's like, when you think about it, it's such a nothing mechanic. But just its visual existence as a visual gimmick is like does actually add some complexity to the reading. Mostly in like streams like this. That's when it gets weird. I like the sound of this one. Oh, where did I drop it? Damn. Is this me or is this like using a part of a song that's already in the game? This section sounds really familiar to me. Like it feels like a remix of another song. Like one of the game's like actual soundtrack. And not just a song in the game. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be. I can't look over at chat at the moment, but definitely feels like it. Yeah, I jack the colored notes way too much, way more than I should. I've definitely gotten more used to doing like when it's like 3 almost stacked on top of each other to like remember that it should be a trill. But I'll still jack them. But that's also just a habit I have from other, like, rhythm games. Like, I'll jack things that probably shouldn't be jacked in, like, DDR as well with my feet. That's really hard on the feet. It's a bad habit, I probably shouldn't be doing it. But it's also a habit that stems from the fact that I don't play with a bar. Alright, so we should have the other parts of this unlocked, eh? Okay, good. Oh yeah, we need the bottom parts for sure, you're right. Let me add those in here real quick. I'll just paste them into a new page here so we can... Yeah, okay. I see how this is gonna work. So we have, so that's the bottom, that's the, oh, okay. All right, you're right, that does make a lot more sense now. In fact, it makes so much more sense that we can actually just do this. I think I can copy that over here. Just gonna crop this down. Now, I don't know. Let's get rid of the static part at the very least. I don't think we need that. Okay. That's probably the combination there. All right, yeah, let's see how much we can solve this here before I start needing hints and all that. Oh, I already copied that. What am I doing? I just need corresponding bits. So that's going to be the squares part. We'll paste that right on top of here. Perfect. So merge those together, merge those together. Okay, let's take this out of here and we'll just make a new layers for each of these. We don't need those anymore. All right, so we have a keypad and we have whatever this is. These are probably separate. I don't think they have anything to do with each other. Although, that does still beg the question of what the input in the middle is, because there's two inputs, or it looks like there's two inputs, but maybe that's just a stylistic thing. But I can only seem to type on the black part. So I'm not sure if that means anything. So we have value and we have key. So I'm guessing... Now, I don't remember... I have to dig through some of my old notes here, trying to remember what anything even means anymore. Because the language used here, I know we've seen this before. Is it as simple as like... No, it's not just going to be number equals letter, right? Especially when like two of them are put together. I don't think that's going to be like D and I. Is that 8? Yeah, 8 is I. Like that doesn't make any sense. And how does that translate back to numbers? Uh, input for top, input for bottom. Oh, do I have to like I have to I have to put in the input for the black part and then I can put in the input for the white part, right? Okay, yeah. So the keypad itself is probably just a hint then. Hello, 45. Welcome. Okay. So yeah, we have the white part. Oh, okay, I get it now. Okay, so I don't know which one we should start with here. This one in particular is interesting because it's like the arrows are going up both ways. So I'm almost wondering if like I'm gonna flip this or rotate. Would that make more sense in a way? Probably not. I don't think that really does anything. Actually, I do puzzles crazy to search up guides. Oh man, I love puzzles. I couldn't imagine just searching up guides for puzzles. The puzzles are like 80% of the reason I'm playing this game. 20% story, 80% this, and really, honestly, not really a whole lot of the rhythm game, because I've said my piece on the rhythm game portion. It's not bad for free, but there's better if you're willing to pay. Okay, let's start with the keypad one. So you're saying the keypad is required in some way. Are we like drawing on the keypad? Like, I don't know how exactly that would work. Let me just give an example. Like if it was like 3, but then you'd go like 4, 8. That doesn't make any sense. Oh wait, you're right. Yeah, the keypad's totally not just for show because there's 2 6s and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, but then why is there 2 6s? No, it doesn't make sense. Why would there be 2 6s? What number are we missing? 1, 2, 3. Are we just missing 0? 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're just missing 0. But then there's a 0 here. So now, obviously, you know, the way this is laid out, this would normally be 0 down here. And it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Value key. Okay, these numbers don't line up. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21 numbers. 3, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's only 16 versus 21. Those numbers don't really go into each other. There's fewer val numbers than key numbers. And the key has a 0 when the keypad doesn't. Yeah, I remember the main game having a lot of really dumb red herrings in its puzzles, just to screw with you. It's definitely it's definitely some divisive puzzle design, I will say. Okay, this was just so I can remember. I'm gonna have to rename these better. This is the right hand side. Okay, let me save this as so I can remember what we're dealing with here. Where is okay? This is chapter alpha right side. I think that matters at the very least because I remember us doing like left and right, and you had to like concatenate the two answers together to get the actual password. So I think that part's definitely important. Oops, come on. Chapter alpha left. Okay, there we go. That at least helped me keep track of like which part is which. So why are they called key and val? Like val's probably value. Or validation? But what are we validating? A formula? Also interesting that remember that these numbers up here were like upside down and backwards at first. Key was not, but this was. I don't know if there's like a significance to that. I undid all that because it made the most sense, but I wonder if there's a reason why they were upside down backwards. I mean, a lot of these numbers wouldn't even work upside down. Like 4s don't work upside down. You could argue that 2 and 5 can be flipped. 9 becomes 6, but then 3 becomes nothing. And then backwards is just meaningless. What's the log need from us? Numbers, words, something else? I think we can type in anything on this one. Let me double check. Yeah, there's no limit. However, there is a character limit of 15 characters, I think. And if I can input the top, I can't do that right now. The top does look to be upside down, which makes me wonder if this should be upside down. Let me put a note here. Just in case, because I feel like there was a reason why this was flipped upside down. Same with this one. This was also, I flipped the other way. Did I have to flip this one? I think I had to flip this one because I think it was facing the other way, right? No, this one was right side up. Okay. So this one never got flipped. This one didn't need to be flipped for anything. This part was flipped though. But only this white part. This was not flipped. Of all the puzzles prior to this, there were only 2 that took number inputs. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's see what we can do with this. I'm looking through my previous hints here. I'm gonna just like open up all of my files here and we can see. Figure out which one of these might be relevant. Were there anything in here of all the ones I've saved? Oh, I opened up this twice. We don't need those. I thought there was a couple. Spoilers for like the entire game, by the way. I thought there was something that was kind of similar to one of the ones we're working on right now, but maybe not. I have others. These are just my PDN files because they don't preview in the File Explorer. Let's see. So there was kind of, I mean, no, not really the barcode. We did a lot of like shapes and colors and symbols and dots, but I don't think we really had any. I guess we didn't really have numbers like this. The closest we had was the fractions looking puzzles. I don't think that's quite the same thing though. Maybe it is? Like we have this one, but I don't think that's quite the same. No, these are more like separators than like what this was doing. And that's it. That's every single, at least the ones I thought of saving. Maybe there was some I didn't save, I didn't feel the need to. So those ones are lost, but of all the ones we have. Okay, so how can we interpret these numbers? Let's start at the top here. So we know, actually let's start which is going to be easier, the upside down one or the one with the zeros? Because like I'm thinking like, okay, one way we can interpret this is obviously letters, but that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because obviously there's only 26 letters, and these separators make me think this is 66, not 6 and 6. So is there some sort of cipher here? Like obviously it has to do with the keypad. Then the keypad's not just like I didn't notice the two sixes at first, but you saying that the keypad is important made me realize, yeah, okay, that makes sense because there's sixes here and everything's shuffled around. I somehow didn't notice it was jumbled up either. I was just like, oh, okay, it's a numpad. Go look at your numpad. You know, the thing most people don't have. Oh, yeah, it's true. That's right. We want the bottom first because we can't input the top. So there's no point working on this part. We just work on these parts here, the black parts. Okay, so 33. There's only one 3 on this thing. So I can't really, like, go 3 and then 3. 0. Could this be 0? Like, just intuitively because it's blank? I don't know if that seems like a bit of a stretch. 0 just mean nothing? But then, well, how's that line up here? Oh, wait, didn't Val have like a special meaning in this game? Like, because there were times you had to insert two things, and I think they used like a similar terminology. So I'm not going to put too much stock in this key and Val thing. I'm going to put stock into the fact this one's on black, and this one's on white. But I think it was something like that, actually. Key. Could this be like here's one way I'm thinking of interpreting this. I don't think this is a good way to be doing this, given the circumstance, but put up here. If you look at the number line, 3 kind of lines up with E. Oh, let me make that bigger. You can't see that. It's like 3 kind of lines up with E, and then 0 kind of lines up with P. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it does kind of work. Like, there's obviously words in here, but or there could be words. Like, just the way this is lined up is it could be words. But obviously these aren't really words. I guess 3 could line up with like E, D, or C if we wanted to go that far. I mean, clearly this isn't making anything sensible. But we can input numbers. I don't remember if you could input numbers even if it wasn't the correct answer in the previous ones. I think you might have been able to. So I don't know if we want to put too much stock into that. But a lot of the time, the answers were... I think the answers were mainly words, sometimes words and numbers. And yes, I am ignoring chat because I'm trying to figure this out a little bit too. When I don't want hints, I just ignore chat. I don't want to put restrictions on what people can say. I usually just don't look at chat. When I'm ready for hints, I'll look at chat. So I usually handle when I play games like this or lingo. But to answer your question, the reason I was thought of a number line is if you look at the keyboard, you've got the number line on the alphabet part. Your numbers are right above specific keys. Obviously, that doesn't really make good words. I know there's the keypad on the right, which makes me think of the numpad itself, even if it is jumbled up. I was originally thinking maybe like, okay, so type the key that corresponds to the button on here, but then why is there 2 6s and there's also no 0? Like when I type, if it's 6 on here, do I press 1 or do I press 2? Like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And then 3 and 3 just correspond to themselves, so that's also kind of weird. What was that one puzzle we solved like near the end of the game that had like a really, really dumb solution? I don't remember all the details, but I just remember like the solution thinking about after the fact to be like, how would anyone have gotten that? Because it was like it had nothing to do with the actual what was on screen. Okay, 3 3. Could it be something like 3 3? Maybe this is what I type. I have to press these buttons, but it's gonna input these numbers on the side, so it would be 3 3. I would input the 0 key, but like if there was that keypad, it would make a 1. But then 6, you get to 6 and it's like, is it both? Or is it just to mess with me and now I have to like try and figure out which one's correct by doing a 50-50 guess? Well, in this case, I'm pressing the 6 key, so it'd actually be 8. I'm pressing the 7 key, which would be 7. So I press the 3 key, and that's still 3. So 3 is there, 5 is in the middle, so that's actually 2. Could that be it? I mean, the problem with like it turning into numbers means that I'm not going to get a answer. And then why the separations then? Why are we separating anything? Unless I'm going to go from numbers to letters. But then that just makes like C, C, A, so on. That doesn't... if I remember correctly, if it was words, they would all be valid words. It wasn't just like... I don't recall any time when... Was the answer ever just like a random jumble of letters? No, right? Because I think they're all words, right? There's a few puzzles near the end of the game that had a bit of... Yeah. Where it was like just really dumb bullshit. I remember that. The key being the number pad. Yeah, that's... So if the number pad is important, I'm just picturing like, okay, it looks like my numpad. If I was to press these buttons as written on my numpad, but then like translate into that numpad, then it would be like, okay. I love my headset that just like it has no audio coming in. Oh, you must want to turn it off even though you're using the microphone part of it. So like on my numpad I would press 0, but if I was pressing where the 0 key would normally be on this numpad, it would come out as 1. That to me makes sense and would definitely explain the 6 and 6, because that would make this bottom number here. This would be 6, 6 for sure by that logic. Because 1, 2. Because if you interpret the other way, where it's like, okay, I'm typing on this numpad, then what does 6, which one do I press? Because there's 2 6s. So I feel like that I can't do it the other way around, because I don't think that makes any sense. Exception of boss fights in chapter 7 to 2, there are numbers, they're all words. Okay. So the chances of this one being a word are pretty high. Like if we're assuming there's more than one step to this puzzle. But I guess then question becomes, what kind of words are we making here? I mean, words come to mind because of the separations. Like even if there's no separation, the final thing. That said, there's only there's a 15 character limit, so we can't just type out these numbers directly. There's too many numbers here. We got 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, we're already done. Halfway through and we're done. So we can't just type these numbers out directly. Shikitaso looks like random letters, but it's supposed to be a short name of Shikitaso Gare. Yeah, like that's still, but right, that's still a valid word. I would still count that as following the rules of the answer is a valid word. Because yes, it's a shortening of a name, but it's still a name, right? Given the right context, it makes sense. I'm not going to just type that into the answer and be like, oh, that's correct. That's never going to happen. I don't think the game flies like that. So there is a logical answer to this. It's not just going to be a random jumble. Earthfall and Ashbloom and Grave Tear. Yeah, like those are all words. Like there's no spaces in the answers, but they're still all words, right? So it makes sense. So that's why I'm thinking this is words, because we have like 2 letters followed by 1 letter followed by 3 letters. I don't know what kind of sentence this would be. You'd have like in a, in I, in like in a, the, or in a cap, in a bat. Like there's a couple things you could do here, but these being the same number makes that hard to imagine. The top has fewer. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This one's still too many. I mean, I don't know what the white input's going to be. It could be longer. But we also have to consider the fact we have to combine this black with this black to make one answer. So the character limit is 15 across both puzzles. So what is this doing? Is there like a cipher here? I feel like there might be the necessity of some type of information. Because I think this happened previously too, where it's like it used some like obscure cipher or something I would have never guessed. I remember something like that. Like it was a common, well-known cipher if you were into cryptology. It wasn't something that I would have guessed because I'm not into cryptology. I wonder if it's like something similar here where there's just some process that I'm unaware of that it wants you to use for this set of digits. Because we need to figure out how to compress these numbers into something else. Like whatever result we get is going to be fewer characters than what's on screen. So there's some sort of process here. Only random jumbles were the boss refights where the puzzle was to re-clear the boss and told you answer gibberish. Oh, I think I remember that too. Okay. The top white vowel part is only 6 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're right. Yeah, it's only 6. So I think that's probably going to be similar here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8. Our final answer is 8 characters. Whatever that is. Is this... Did we ever do digital roots in this game? Was that ever a thing? So like, this would be 6. This would be 0. I don't know, maybe we need to do something with the keyboard first before doing that. Which in that case, I guess would be more like 6, 1, 9, 6, etc. Like, do we do the keypad thing first, maybe? It's like, what would that be in this case? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 2, 3. It's almost in order. Interesting. 3, 6, 10, 15, 18, 23, 5 would be the result. 4, 2, and then 3. But no, this would be 9 and 3, so that'd be 12. That'd be 3. And then 1 and 2 would be 6, 6. That's still 12. That's 3. That's a possible solution. You know what? Maybe we should work on this side first. Because I think whatever this side ends up being, because this is on the left, right? This is the start. I wonder if that would help us narrow down exactly what we're looking for here. I don't think roots were used before this point, but could be wrong. I think it was something that I theorized a few times, but I don't think digital roots ever ended up being the answer to anything. I don't know if zero escape is the sort of like break glass in case of emergency type approach to puzzle solving here or not, but I want to start on this side actually, because I realize now this is the right side, so maybe it's better that we start with the left. That might help us, especially since this looks like it might be a little easier. All right, so I think whatever we're doing, we're probably dealing with numbers, because there's only numbers on this side as well. So I think the answer is going to be numbers. So what do we see here, like right off that? Okay, well, first of all, this obviously looks like 8 over 4. And this is just 1. Well, I'm going to assume it's just 1, because you're not going to have a 1 over 0. It's probably just 1. This one looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But then this one's smaller than this one. And this one's in a pattern, so maybe there's a little more to it than that. I don't know, maybe not. Let's see. So this could be like 8 over 4. This would be 1. This would be like 4, 8, 12 over 8. Maybe we'd simplify some of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's still 8. No, okay, no, that can't be it. That can't be it. Because then, like, what makes this different from this one? Oops. Today I learned backspace fills in counts as a fill button. What was this about? Would you theorize, Jack? Don't number pads usually have letters on it? Not keyboard number pads. Phone pads do. You're right. That's a possibility. I think we've done a phone pad conversion as a puzzle before. That has been a thing. I suggest starting at the bottom right and going clockwise as for solving the and going clockwise as far as solving the puzzles goes. Oh, you think starting with the number puzzle first is correct? Is the way to go? So do this side before this side then. What if it's the amount of lines? Oh, you mean in the squares puzzle? Oh, you could be right. Oh, I would hate that if that's true. I guess that'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4. But then what is this? Like this is a different set of numbers down here. I don't know. think that out of what I count as 5 puzzles in this chapter, one of them doesn't have something dumb in it when thinking back on it. Oh, great. Yeah, I mean, this game has it does have a tendency to have red herrings in its puzzles. A lot of these puzzles did feel very esoteric in their design. Like, at least with the main game puzzles, most of them followed a similar rule set. So, like, you could use similar rules throughout the entire uh, line of puzzles. It's like, oh, okay, there's shapes here. There's red and blue shapes here. I know what that means from previous puzzles. There was a rule set, there was a logic, there was a language you were learning. But I feel like with this one, when specifically, we're starting from scratch. Bottom right, bottom left, top right. Okay, so sounds like maybe starting with this number puzzle is the way to go then. Okay, what can we do with this number here? So if we were to interpret this, maybe this is the wrong idea, but if we weren't to interpret this as like a numpad, where do we start? We'd start up here. The only problem with doing this as like a keyboard or like a phone pad with like letters on it like this is you get to like down here, it's like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, and it's like Q, R, S, T, U, V. But then we have the same problem of like, I don't think this is the way to go with this. You have the same problem of like, okay, it's a 6. So which of these 6 letters does a 6 represent? I mean, I guess it's possible. Does that mean that this one being... I think, is that how it looks? It's been a while since I've looked at a phone of any sort. Can I get a picture of a telephone? A touchstone telephone? With letters on it? Thanks. That one's missing Z. Cool, thanks. That's really useful there, Google. Wait, hang on. Why are all these like pictures of phones that I'm pulling up here? Okay, this one has Z on it. Why are they missing Z of all things? Uh, PQRS. Oh, okay. I put the P on the 6. I should put on the 7. Oh, and technically speaking, the you know what? The problem with this one is telephones start with 1 in the corner up here. This is 0, and this also looks like a computer. So I think the phone idea is probably no good, just because this is shaped like a computer numpad, not a telephone numpad. It's specifically like it has the longer button down here. It has to be a computer, and computers do not have letters on them. You might get things like the delete and insert key, but no, that's different. I don't think that's the case here. I don't think digital roots are quite the answer either. Although I guess they could be. If we did go down the digital root thing, so this would be 6, that'd be like A, B, C, D, E, F. Let's see if letters like, let's see if we can get anything out of letters. A, that'd be 15, 18, that'd be 9. J? I don't like that. This makes E though. Which makes me think we might be onto something. I like 90, I should know this. Dude, have you seen, were you here for the previous Vivid Stasis streams, Spicy? These puzzles are insane, and they don't, like, they deliberately trap you. There's traps in these puzzles. Lots of red herrings, or like, they'll have one aspect that's just like completely different than everything else and has nothing to do with the clues given. Well, if it's directions, what kind of directions would they be? Like, but then again, like, how do you interpret 6? Like this 6 here, what direction would that be? Would that be like down or would that be down left? Because there's two 6s. No, I think I still like the idea of like typing this physically in on my keypad, or like considering the position of a normal keypad. Like look at these numbers, consider where they are on your keypad, translate that to this keypad. I don't think it's gonna be binary. How would it be binary? This is base 10 here. We have a full set of 10 digits. I don't think it's going to translate to binary. And besides, if it translated to binary, we'd get way more numbers than we could possibly fit in the answer. And since this is a bonus chapter you unlock after you like really beat the game, I would not be surprised if this also is full of like similar traps and stupidity. Do you think I should remath J? Wait, okay. So I did this based on roots. So F is the sixth layer because 3 plus 3. A is the first layer because 1 plus nothing. 8, 15, 18, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Oh, I. Thank you. Okay, you're right. That makes the E kind of suspect in that case. Oh, I hate this font. Can we get like a better font? Fuck Calibri. I want Cerebral. We'll use that. That one looks like it has serifs. Where is it? I just saw it. There it is. There we go. Let's use that. F. This is A. 8, 15, 18. 8 plus 1 is 9. 9 is I. 3 and 5. 2 is 5. A, B, C, D, E. That's an E. Well, let's see what the rest makes. 3, 6, 10, 15, 18, 23. That's 5. That is also an E. I'm not liking this theory so far. That's a D. And then 8 and 3. Oh, we didn't. Oh no, we didn't math this one out yet, right? 4 is not 4. 4 is 5. So that would be E again. I'm really not liking this. So 8 would be 9. And then 3 would be 3, so that's 12. That's still 3. That's C. F-A-I-E-E-E-C. No. Main hating point of these is that there's something that's so simple that's terrible because, like, why would it be that and then it's that? Yeah, like, the solution is, like, how would you ever come to it? But the solution itself isn't crazy complicated. Like, these puzzles will have multiple steps, but usually it just involves, like, basic math or something like that once you understand what the mechanic is. Like, what I'm doing right now would be the kind of solution you would expect. It's just like, okay, take the numbers, do a digital root, translate that to a letter, get your answer. Like, that's simple, it's straightforward, anyone can do that. But it's coming to that conclusion that makes it hard. And I don't think this is the case here because I don't think digital roots into letters is really working here. At least in this form. Because this isn't making even any semblance. I know we have to combine this. This is supposed to come at the end of the other one, but it's going to be either it should look like a word, even if it's a partial word, or it should be a word in itself, and the answer is like a compound word. I don't think that's it though. Problem with it being digital roots is that it inherently limits the available alphabet. Yeah, yeah. I think I was realizing that when I was going through it. I saw it through because I wanted to make sure, but I realized that we're limiting it to the first 9 letters of the alphabet, and that doesn't really work. We need more variety. But what's throwing me off is this. I'm going to go back to the menu here because my headphones keep turning off. which is really dumb. And it's also been kind of getting quiet too, so hopefully that's not too loud. Let me know if you want me to like turn it down while we're doing this or not. But I'm gonna leave that playing for the time being. If anyone has a better, like, I could go back to the title screen. That would actually be a pretty good song for this. Surprised how many layers have ended up being correct with the wrong formula. Oh, of course. Leave it to me to come to the correct answer under the wrong pretense. Yeah, like, okay, when I was doing this, I was like, okay, F-A-I, like, we've almost got a word here. Like, when it was a J, I was like, oh, is it fade? Is it fail? But, like, yeah, if we do digital root, it's not gonna be, we're never gonna get L. Because L is beyond the 9th letter. The Saints has a subtle song. Oh, let's go to Saints then. Let's try that song. I like the menu song. That's also pretty good. I think I kind of mostly just left it on the map screen when we did this previously. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, that's better. It was just a little too intense for puzzle solving, you know? I have a puzzle game playlist that I put together. I could always bring that out if you want. I used it when I streamed Lingo, because Lingo only has like 2 songs in it. And that game was like a 60-hour stream. So I need something a little more than that. The piano that plays on the title screen is also really good. I'm a fan of that song. And this is more inspirational music. I bring all that back, you're on the right track until you weren't? Oh shit. But like, I was on the right track, but using the wrong logic, no? That's what it sounds like. Alright, I'll leave this on here. You know what, let's put, let's do this. Image canvas size. Let's double this to like 1680 and 840. Let's put it all to the right. Wrong way. There we go. Whoops. 1680, 840. Okay, maybe we didn't need it that long. Hang on here. Oh, I doubled it by accident. What the hell? 1680. Okay, there we go. Now we got some room here. Let's move that off of here for now so we can actually, like... Yeah, we got some drawing space now to work with. It does almost look like a word. Like, if you squint real hard, it kind of looks like a word. But I think, yeah, digital root is wrong. It's too limiting. We get too many E's with digital root. What? Okay, here, I'm gonna ask straight up for a hint then, based on this question. Was I on the right track with my whole, like, okay, this is a 3. This part here is telling me what to physically press on my keyboard, you know, virtually speaking. And then this is the key, this is how the keyboard, the numpad is mapped for this puzzle. So if I press the 3 key, it's going to make a 3, but if I press the 1 key, it's going to type a 6. Like, we're pretending that my numpad is broken, and all the numbers that it types are jumbled up. Is that part even remotely close to the solution? I was right with that train of logic. Okay, so let's do this at least. Let's take all the numbers we've got here, and let's type them up based on... Oh. Let's type them up based on what the result would be based on this keyboard. So that would be 3. If I press 0 key, it should type a 1. 673 would be 8, 7, 3, because the 6 is mapped to 8. 3, 5 would be 3, 2, because the 5 key is 2. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3. I don't think the line wrapping matters here. I'm just going to put it all in one line. So 4 is 5. And then 8 and 3 are going to be 9 and 3. And then 1 and 2 would be 6, 6. So according to that logic, this would be the numbers that we get on the keyboard. Now, as it stands, turning these into letters and making words out of it, bad idea, because you get like E, E, A, I, H, complete gibberish. Digital roots was not the answer. This could be... I'm gonna hate this. Could this be some sort of like 64-bit cipher? I think that's a terrible idea, but could it be? I don't think this is gonna work. It's gonna... Yeah, that's just nothing. Morse code? How would that be Morse code? That Morse code is just binary. We've been over this with Phoenix Wright. Morse code is binary. I don't care what that game says. Needing two different, like, disks to translate between long and short dashes? No, Morse code is binary. I want, base 64 to decimal. This is a terrible idea. Yeah, convert to decimal. What? How's this work? Okay, maybe we want to do decimal to base 64. How do I don't know how to type in this box. Hang on, I'll put it on screen in a second here. I can't... Okay, there's base 64. I don't think this is gonna do anything. We want 3, 3... Wait. No, this is not gonna be anything, is it? I'm way overthinking this. I can't just like type the whole thing and it doesn't really let me. Nah. Those letters don't make any sense, never mind. Oh, whoops. There we go. Do I want answers to your hypothetical, or are you just spitballing? For the 64 thing, I mean, I was just spitballing, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that's a bad way to think about it, right? It's we're not doing like base 64 here to base 10 and base 64 translations. That seems stupid. Yeah, okay, yeah, good. I wasn't getting anything even remotely close to right results anyways. That looked like nothing. Okay. So I feel like step 1 is solved though. We know we have to take this and like type it out like this. I think that much is clear. It stands out to me that this is like in sequential order, but I'm probably reading too much into it. If we were to interpret these as like single letters, maybe the whole letter thing, well no, the letter thing seems to be right. I'm getting the idea from chat here that the letters, turning this into letters is the right idea. I was just turning them into the wrong letters. That said, making this like an A and this like an E, like that doesn't make any sense. Because like there's no, that's not a word. E is not a word. So there must be some other way we can turn these into letters. I was thinking base 64 because of the whole like, well, these numbers are bigger than 26. So we can't just like go directly into from numbers to letters. And some of these just don't make any sense to like combine, unless that's what I'm supposed to do. Like, okay, 33 isn't a letter, but 3 and 3 are letters. 87 isn't a letter, but 8 and 7 are, so it'd be 873. 3 and 2. 12 is a letter, so it would be a letter, but then 3 and 34 isn't, so 3 and 4 are separate. 3, 2, 3. Or 3 and then 23. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense either, because I don't even think that's going to make a word. That's L. That's 12. And then 3 would be C. Yeah, no, that's already wrong. That already makes no sense. And whatever answer we get to has to be less than 15. By I would say a decent amount. Or at least some amount, because we have to still combine it with this square at some point. What else can we even do with these numbers? What, any other ideas? Is there like some like common sort of translation thing that I'm not remembering here? Because we tried digital root, we tried like base 64 to decimal. I don't think base 26 is a good idea. What was, oh wait, what was that method we did? Oh, shit. I remember now. There was a method we used. Okay, so this would be 4, 7, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. This is G. This is A. I remember it now. I remember the thing that I was trying to remember that we did in the previous one. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull up the calculator for this because I'm not gonna do that division in my head right now. Divide by 26. 33, so 33 times 26 is 858. So 873. 15th letter of the alphabet is M and O. Let's just see if this goes anywhere. It's not looking great, but let's see. A, B, C, D, E, F. This seems a little big. Let's try it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3 minus 4, 7, 4, 7, 3. That didn't. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do first. I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. I don't have chat visible on screen. Sorry. 4, 7, 4, 7, 3. My calculator is covering it currently. Wait, I did this wrong. The hell? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3. How did I do it first? I did division by 26, then oh, I times it, right. Okay, 4, 7, 4, 7, 3 times 26 is that. Then we do this. Never mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3 minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 9, 8. 25, so that's a Y. I really don't like this. That's an E. This is 93. Minus 73 or 78. It's 15 again. So that's another O. And then 66, 52, 8, 19, 11, 12, 13, 14th letter is N. No, that's even worse. Eon's like the only half-decent thing in there. For those that don't remember, there were puzzles we had to do where it was kind of like you had to just, despite the number being higher than 26, you would just go back and start counting at A again. So like, if the number was 27, the answer would be A, because you go through from A to Z, and then you go once more, and that's A. It didn't think that was going to be it because this number's pretty big, but it seemed like it was worth a try. You had to overflow. Yeah, isn't that what we did? Like, it was just, it was wraparound counting. I don't remember all the details, but wasn't it something like that? I don't, which puzzle even did that? I can't remember which puzzle it was. Where you had to like do something like that. I know we had like the fractional puzzles and all that. There was the ones with like the clock. That was kind of the same idea, but I thought there was one where you just like did that straight up to the alphabet. Where'd you even get G from 3 plus 3? Not 3 plus 3. I did it from 33 minus 26, so that equals 7. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's 7. Because you go through the alphabet once, you're at 26, then starting at 27, you go again. So 27 would be A, 28 would be B, and then you get to 33, and that's G. I was just cutting out the middleman of having to, like, count, you know, 3,000 times. So I just took all these numbers, divide by 26, remainder, and then you count the remainder. Because the remainder is what the letter you need is. I don't remember which puzzles that did it, but I remember it coming up like multiple times where you had to do something like this. Maybe I have the process wrong slightly, but obviously it's not the answer here. I only did division because like I'm not sitting here counting 47,000 times for this one. So the division was just to speed it up. I did division with the other ones too, I think. I remember doing like to shortcut it. I remember doing some sort of division. But that's not the answer here. This might be a new like rule entirely. Oh, was I kind of on the right track with that one? Because yeah, I just remembered that method from previous puzzles. I remember it being fairly common. But if that's not the answer here, what would be the other way to count this then? Backwards? There might have been one that was like overlapped somehow, but I don't remember exactly how that worked. If there's a specific puzzle I should be looking at for like clues, let me know. Remind me of the puzzle, I'll see if I have it in my notes. Because like I don't remember. I have all of our worksheets that we put together. I don't remember the context around any of that stuff. The amount of letters you got right from digital routing, but I want to make sure there isn't too. Okay, no, that's good, because that was something we kind of like, someone mentioned earlier, is like, you being impressed that I somehow managed to get most of the right letters or something like that from doing the completely wrong solution. But yeah, no, the amount of letters makes sense because I figured these spacings were individualized because they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That makes sense because if we consider this as like 4, that's 12, 13, 14, 15. It could even be 15. This could be a 7-letter solution. And we'd still be within the bounds of the answer. Because it maxes out at 15, so I knew this has to be short. We have to concatenate or contract a lot of these numbers down somehow. The big one being this like 6-digit number here, or 7-digit number. So it's not digital root, it's not alphabet wrapping, as I'm calling it. Was there another method that we've used? I got 4 of the 8 letters right in this. Okay. That's cool. I'm gonna guess it's F-A-I and this E. That's correct. Because if we're making a word here, Like, there's no letter that comes after F-A-I-E like this that I can think of. But I can think of a few letters you could do where this is something else, but then it follows, but an E is following it. Fair is a word, but that's what I mean, right? Like, this E, if you did F-A-I-E and then something else, you don't really get a word. But if you do F-A-I blank E, yeah, you can get fair. You could get, I think, there's gotta be some other words. Fame? That's not a word. I don't know. This look, to me, makes more sense to keep this one than this one. And then this EC thing is just, that's nonsense. So that's definitely no good. So how do we actually get F then? So if we're gonna assume that F is correct, but the method is incorrect, we need to figure out the correct method. What's another way to get F? Okay, F is A, B, C, D, E, F. It's the 6th letter. Well, we could get it by adding the numbers together, but that's just going down the digital root thing again. Because then, like, what do we do when we get to here, right? I don't think this is going to be some, like, complicated thing where it's, like, digital roots, but also word wrapping combined. That seems oddly complex, and no way it's going to be that. It's F, A, and 2 of the E's. Oh, okay. So this is wrong. This one's wrong. So F and A are correct, and then 2 of these E's are correct. I'm gonna say it's these E's, then. But something E. And then this could be like an N or something. Like N or, I don't know, S? S might work. L? L could work. It's probably going to be these 2 E's because it makes the E sound. But instead of like trying to guess which letters are correct here, we still need to figure out the actual method. Because that's not going to make any sense if we don't figure out the steps required to get there. That's not digital root. So the F is correct. We should probably start with the F. I feel like that should be a simple one to figure out. And then we can go from there. Addition still makes the most sense. I keep wanting to fall back on addition, but that's just not going to do anything. Or is it? Maybe I was doing too complex. Because you still get 6, you still get F here. This would be A. 15, 18. That's M, N, O, P, Q, R, S? Is that right? Yeah, S is 18. Because M, N, O, P, Q, R... Oh, R. Not S, R. I miscounted. I did too much math earlier. I think that seems to be the problem here. 3, 6, 10, 13, 15, 18. And then 12 is L. I don't think that's R. I think that's W. Now, how is it W? Is the question. That makes a word. You put a W in there, now you've got the word. Why is it W? Did I miscount? 3, 6, 10, 13, 15, 18. 13 is M. N, O, P, Q, R. Is it an R? Well, okay, let's just put... We'll put both in for now. We can just guess that. The math says R, the spelling says W. So I probably don't have the right process. I'm math wrong on R number 2. Did I? 1, 3, 6, 10, 13, 15, or 6, yeah, 13, 15, 18. Is 18. Which would make R. Right? Or did I not? I missed a digit? I missed a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you're right. I did miss a 4. Oh, shit. Okay, this number itself was, like, written down incorrectly. Okay. Hang on here. Let me type that again. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, that definitely makes a W then. 3, 2, 3. So 3, 6, 10, 15, 18, 23. So M is 13. N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W. Yeah, okay, so it is farewell. I did too much math earlier. I 100% overthought this whole thing. I did it right, and then I decided to go one step further. And then that's how we ended up on this, like, whole sidetrack. Because I just completely forgot to do the most basic thing ever, which is just add the numbers together. Which I would imagine anyone else probably thought to do first. And I'm like, oh boy, it's digital roots! Can you see why I told you to remath the J when I saw Paige? Oh my god. Yeah, like, okay, I just overthought it. That's like such a common thing for me to do. Alright. Easy one done. In fact, we could probably do this one right now too if we wanted to. You know what? Yeah, let's just solve this one quickly. Why the hell not? We're here. I'm assuming it's the same logic. So 3 is 3. And then 4 is 5, 9. And then 7 is 7, 2, 3. And then 6, 2, 4, 3. 8, 8, 8, 5, 5, 8. Or is this one going to be something completely different? It has nothing to... It's not the same logic in the slightest. I'm just going to end up with gibberish on this one. I wouldn't even call this deceptively simple. I just have a tendency to think things are more complicated than they are. I would just call this a pretty simple, straightforward puzzle, this black part at least. I have a feeling though this one's going to be a little more than that. This is like level 2. But let me just see what this is. So 14 is N. Yeah, I already hate it. No. Never mind. We will come back to that later. That's not necessarily right logic. I think the fact that this was upside down and backwards has something to do with it, so ignore that for now. Okay. Let's work on this then. Let me expand the canvas on this one too. There we go. Let's put a little more canvas on here. This isn't... I want a little more space to the right. There we go. Okay. What are we doing with this? We call it completely different, but I will say there's a reason it's just go clockwise. Yeah. Okay. We'll stick to that then. We need to solve the black ones anyways. I'd like to, wouldn't mind confirming my answer. So this one is farewell. That's its own word. So whatever this is, it's going to be its own thing, and we're just going to stuff them together. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have at most 7 letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, what we were doing before is we were interpreting this as like, so this is 8 squares. This is 1 square. I'm just going off like the most basic divisions here. We're not going to try playing one of those like IQ banner ads from 2004. This one is also 8. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's a lot of 8s, which is now completely ignoring the fact that 3 of them are written in a special way. So I don't think it's that simple. There's a little more to this. There's a reason why these are written out or drawn out the way they are. Like, why is this divided into 8 too wide, and then this one's like 8? Oh no, this one's not 8. This is 4, 8, 12. So maybe it is? Wait, hang on. I'm totally miscounted. This is 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The last one's 8, which makes me a little suspicious still, because these are the same. There's 8 squares in here. And then the bottom numbers are 4, maybe 0, technically nothing, 7, and then 12 again. Now this alone could work. So you'd have I, A, L, I, B. Should that be a V somehow? Valid? And then I'm guessing like a space, even though technically not. So H, and then L. We almost have part of a word here. Like if this was a V, that would work. But then H and L don't make any sense. Unless I'm wrong about the... No, 12 is right, because that's L. And then 7 is A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yeah. Oh, it's G. Oh, H is 8. I'm dumb. H, A, L, H, D, space, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, L. No. That's even worse. No, it definitely doesn't look like a word. I don't think this is just number conversion. I mean, it could be. And, you know, again, this could just be different looking just to fuck with you. The thinking that that's something else. This game is maybe uncomfortably familiar with the alphabetical positions of many letters. Yeah. I had it for a while when we did the puzzles originally, and then I just kind of forgot. Because I haven't had to use that skill for a bit. Is there any similarities between the top and bottom? No. I was just wondering if that was like useful somehow. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. 8 is definitely H. 7 is definitely G. I did the steps right, but the steps are incorrect. Is this here for a reason? Or is this just for looks? Because it makes me think to go up. There's nothing like that on this one. We know this is going to be at most 7 letters, and we have exactly 7 sets. I feel like this being blank means that there's no letter here. And This is 12, right? Like, could it be 12? Well, I mean, I don't know. Because, like, they're sharing the squares. Some of them are sharing squares, right? So it's hard to tell if it's like to me, this is a row, and then this is a row. But that might not make any sense to split it up that way. Maybe this is the actual middle row. You know? Could be something like that. My diamond and dot counting has been mathematically correct. Okay, so this is meant to be 12. It's how it looks. I don't want to overthink it again. Do we have to... Wait, hang on. H, A, C, H, D, G, C. Ah, it's so close. I was thinking like we add the numbers together like last time, which would make sense. But that doesn't really make anything, and I mean, I guess I could try it. It wouldn't be the first time something stupid's been the answer. We're going back to the... I have to go back to the silence, I'm sorry. We're at the point where I need to start typing things in. You guys can see, right? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I didn't think so. That makes 0 sense. There's logic behind these answers. Well, I know it doesn't need to be 15, but 15 is like the first thing that comes to mind because we have 8 letters already and there's 7 here. Could it be like this? Would it be simply L A 19 M N O P Q R S? I just had to add them down again. Okay, that's the bottom solved. See, that makes sense. That's a series of words that go together. All right. Well, I think we could probably do something similar at the top here. So we have, let's do the top row first. So 2, 3, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let me just count this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20? I have no idea if I count that right. 4, 8, 4, 8, 10, 12. I wonder if making this, reversing the colors would help at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. No, that can't be right. It's too many. Yeah, see, the foreshadowing was this 12 down here, and I'm realizing why. No, I'm overthinking this. No, you know what this is? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nothing more than that. I think I'm overthinking it because there's 4 here. And that's it. I think it's a coincidence that it looks like this in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's got to be 8. No, it can't be 8. That makes more than 26. Are we doing word wrapping? That means I counted the top wrong. I overcounted the top for sure. Okay, let's do it like this. I need to like recount this in some way. Okay, so what's... Oh. On layer. Actually, let me do this then. There we go. So, the hell? I thought I copied it. Hang on. Control C. Control V. Did I copy it this time? There we go. Oh, don't do that. Okay, this would be like 1. This would be 2. Okay. So this would be 1. That'd be 2. This would be like 3. This would be... or 1... No, but don't you need to use all of them? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everything except diamond 3 and 5 are counted right. Wait, this one's wrong too? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that not 10? 2, 3, 10, 9? I counted that correctly? Damn. But this one's not 20. Oh, the diamond's not the dots. Okay, I don't know why I thought those were diamonds. Okay. Everything except diamond 3 or 5 account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 3. This one's wrong, and this one's wrong. Okay, so those are the 2 that, yeah, understandably are wrong. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, let's play this. I guess we are now finally doing one of those ads. Okay, so what did I count this as? I counted as 12. 12 is incorrect. Okay, I think we can safely say... Let me just put little marks in here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The answer is bigger than 12. Is it 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18? That would make sense. If it's 18. That's probably where I messed up on that one. It's bigger than 18? I didn't count enough? Oh, is this one too? So 1920 to 122? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, no, okay. More than 22. No comma more or no more as in it's 22? There's more than 22. Where am I not seeing squares? Let's start over. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this counting as 7? With the outside? Have we... There's not really any precedent for that. No, there's no way, because then it's like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8. That's over 26. I don't think we're going over 26. Is the number bigger than 26? Okay, it's bigger than 26. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can't think of any other squares in here then. Okay, we really are just counting like every square. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. So in that case, this one's got to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I see. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah, this makes sense now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, maybe I did need to do that. Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. Did I miss one? Doesn't look like it. So this one's 40. Going off the same logic as the previous one. And this one was 28. Is what I'm understanding here. Okay. So we have our numbers. So then if we were to apply the same logic as the bottom row, we'd have 10, 15, 38, 11, 60. Now, I'm going to do digital roots for this one first, and then we'll do the word wrapping because I don't know what other solutions this could possibly be. So that would be A, B, C, D, E, F. That'd be F. So if you don't know the other word, I have no idea how logical this is. 11 is E, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. No, it's not going to be digital root. Okay. So it's probably going to be the 10th letter of the alphabet. So that's L, K, J. 15 is N, O. 26, 12 is L. 11 is K. And then 26, 52, so 8, C, D, E, F, G, H. I feel like that's close, but not right. I'm applying the same logic because that's how there's usually some consistency. If you don't have any consistency at all, I feel like that's just, I don't know, it doesn't feel as good of a puzzle. Okay, so my process was the process was incorrect, but the way I did it was correct. I did my math correctly, but it's not the right process. Okay. Yeah, it didn't really look like that was the result I should have gotten from doing that logic. Okay, so it's not digital root, it's not word wrapping. I mean, is it just simple addition again? But then, like, yeah, again, that's what we just did. That's digital root. No. Hang on. Is there another way? No, there's no other way we can do this. Addition doesn't matter which way we do it. It does say to do The arrows are pointing up. Now, I did squares. I did diamonds into squares, but I mean it's addition, so it doesn't matter which order you do that in. But I'm thinking these arrows are important now, and I just got lucky with this one. But why is it important? How does that make a difference? So it can't be addition then. Is it subtraction? So it's 6. It's 9. It's 18. It's -7. It's 20. The negative might just be there to throw me off. Let's see. A, B, C, D, E, F. G, H, I. M, N, O, P, Q, R. A, B, C, D, E, F. No, wait. Z, Y, X. W. V. U. T? I feel like that's S. That would be S, right? Because 26 minus 7 is 19. No? Oh, it is S. Yeah. Okay. And then 20 is C. First. That's why the arrows are important. They don't matter for this one. They matter for this one because you're doing subtraction. This and this are inverses of each other. Since we did addition down here, we're doing subtraction up here, which means I had the right idea. I should have left those numbers in. Can I leave that in here? Yeah, let's just do that. Which means this is still C, but this is 5 minus 9? No, wait. If this was originally upside down, does that matter? 5 minus 9 is -4, which means it's the 22nd letter of the alphabet. So T, U, V. No, that doesn't make sense either. I feel like I'm onto something with subtraction, because we did addition before, so I feel like this has to be subtraction. No, the moment I realized these arrows had to be important, that's when I realized it's like, okay, what kind of mathematical operation, which mathematical operations care about direction? Because addition doesn't care about direction. Multiplication doesn't care. It could be division. That's a little complicated. So it has to be subtraction, and that's why that works. So here, there's two ways we can go about this. Either it's the same setup, where I, typed out the numbers according to the rule, and now we just do subtraction instead of division, or addition. Or the original, which was, where is it? Which was this. It's actually supposed to be a slightly different way. So let's get rid of the backwards thing. It's not really, it's going to make some of this look weird, but let's just see. I guess I kind of just made it actually backwards. I'm wondering if the upside down is important here. In a sense that I should be starting over here and going this way. Yeah. Or, well, wait. Or maybe it's as simple as like this, or this and then this. So 6, 66, 446, 3, 48, etc. Because there has to be a good reason why it's upside down. Unless that's just to try and clue you in on the whole inverse thing. Okay, let's try both here, because I don't, this isn't really leading to anything. I'm going to try doing bottom row, top row. See if that makes a difference. I think we still need to like make these numbers, legible, because this is all just backwards and doesn't make you're not upside down letters isn't going to make sense. I don't think that's going to really work. So let's do 8. Let's just see what this looks like. Then type 6 twice, so that's 8 again. I mean, we were going to get the same thing. Oh yeah, and then it's like 5, 5. We got the answers right here. 3, 5, 9, 7, 2, 3. I don't know how much difference this will make because whatever letter follows C doesn't matter where it is in the word. It needs to still make sense. But at least this way it's written out and we can try and like mess the letters around. Now, I could still, we could try and keep these positive. I could do 9 minus 5, especially if we're doing the whole backwards thing. This could actually be 4, but that doesn't make any sense either. C and D don't work. And no matter what kind of math we apply here, this is going to be C. And here it's like in the middle of the word. So if we did like, and in 14, even if we just stick to addition, that doesn't really work. Trying to remember how this one actually works. So what you're saying is I'm on the wrong track with like just swapping, doing the inverse of the previous logic then. Well, you got subtractions, you flip the left side 2 and then arrows up, add arrows down, subtract. Oh yeah, that works. I mean, yeah, like for me, this one was just like this. Okay, I ignore the arrows, which is what I did. I was just like, oh, this is on top, this is down below. Top to bottom, that works. But this obviously didn't really work that way. So then the arrows kind of clued me in. It's like, oh, okay, do it the same way, but upside down. Well, but then why arrows at all then? That would be redundant if it was still addition. Just, it wouldn't make any sense as a clue. So this is probably still subtraction. Let's try some of these other letters. Maybe the rest of this will just naturally come together. So 5, 2. I don't think this is going to come together very well. 4, 0, negative 3. 23rd letter of the alphabet is, we said this was T, so that's T, U, U, V, W. This looks like shit. Just going back to some music here so we can actually... Let's go with the title screen this time. I like the title screen. Oh, fuck. That's not gonna work. Hang on. I know how this is gonna work. There we go. That's how you get to stay on the title screen. I don't like this because now we got 0. I just realized that. 8 and 8, no matter how you subtract it, that's 0. There's no 0th letter of the alphabet. The exception of the 3, all those numbers aren't correct. Did I do it wrong? Maybe I did do it wrong. Okay, hang on. Thank you. That's important to know because I would not have gone and back and checked my work anytime soon. Okay, 3 is correct. 4, 8. That's 5. Wait. I see what you're saying. The numbers were correct if I applied the same logic as the bottom, which is keys on keyboard. Numbers on keyboard correspond to the numbers on screen. So now, the numbers on keyboard or on screen correspond to numbers on the keyboard. However, this is going to cause a problem in a moment here, as you will see. So I press where the 7 is, I press where the 5 is, I press where the 3 is. I press where 2, there, there, there. And then we get 6. So here's the problem. Which 6 do I press? That's why that method didn't really make sense to me before. Because now, what 6s do I press? Because before I did take this 3, I took this as instruction to, oh, because this is the key. Press this key, press this value. That's what this means. Press the 3 value. Well, if I press the 3 value, okay, that makes sense. 3 and 3 match up. I press the 4 value, I would get 9. That makes sense. You press the 8, you get 6. I press the value 7. 7 is in the same spot. That's a 4. And then the 3 is there. The 6 is where it gets problematic, doing it backwards. Because it could be either. The first 6 could be a 1 or a 2. And then the second set of 6s could be 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. Oh my god, is that actually what I have to just deal with that? That's like actually what I need to deal with? Fuck that. Okay. Alright, hang on here. We're gonna have to make some like seriously stupid notes then. Okay, so this is the first one. We're gonna put them in a like this. Just bear with me for a second here. Next one is going to be 1, 1. 2, 2. Oh. Do it this way. Next one is going to be 1, 1. 2, 2. 1, 2. 2, 1. And then this one is going to be 9, 9, 1. Or 9, 9, 2. Is that what I'm understanding here? You're right, that is dumb. I hate it, thanks. It just doesn't make for a satisfying solution when you, if I really am supposed to just guess. But I mean, I guess, you know, when we get to the letters part, maybe it'll make more sense. So let's just hold off here for a second. Let's see where this goes. 9 minus 6 is 3. 7 minus 4 is 3, minus 3 is 0. So that's a problem. Unless I'm supposed to do it backwards, in which case C, 6 minus 9 is negative 3, so it's the 23rd letter, so that's U, V, W. That still doesn't make a lot of sense. Negative 1, negative 8, that's 18, that is R. Even if this were backwards, it's already invalid. I can't even get the first 2 letters because this looks like nonsense. I'm still doing something wrong here. Unless it's supposed to be upside down. I'm still not sure if 3 is going to be the first letter or if the 991 is the first letter. Because if we're doing the whole reverse thing. Or it could be a case of the 1, 2, 11, 22, and then 991 are the first 3 letters. I really feel like I was supposed to decode that upside down text and just like leave it. Like it was just upside down just to be silly, and then you're supposed to turn it into right side up and go with that. 3 is first, okay. So we have the letter C. It has to be C. That has to be the first letter because there's no subtraction, there's no addition. It's one letter. And down here, we did addition. We just straight added the digits. We got our letters. Easy. So I'm up here it feels like it has to be subtraction, because if we're doing inverse, because black and white, then it has to be 9 minus 6. But you do 9 minus 6, you get C. You do 6 minus 9, you get -3, which makes me think Z, Y, X. Or even like 23, which is it's 3 if you count, it's X if you count include Z. It's 23, which is UVW if you just subtract. Which I think is what I did over here. Yeah, that's how I got S, because I did 7, yeah, I did 26 minus 7. I took 7 away from 26, which left me with 19. So we would want to probably, I would imagine that's probably the same logic. But it doesn't matter, it makes nonsense. It was upside down to clue you into how I got subtraction on your side. That's fair. I don't think I would have seen that. The arrows were definitely the bigger hint for subtraction for me. But I could definitely see that for sure. And you know what? It doesn't matter if it's subtraction. 7, 4, 3? Or, yeah, 7 minus 4 minus 3 is 0. Is that meant to be a space? I still don't like 9 minus 6. 1, -7, -10. That's 16. MNOP. I don't know what 743 is supposed to turn into. There's no way it's 0. I feel like I have to do it from right to left. Like, that's the only way this makes even a lick of sense. It's not great, but it's better than left to right. Well, let's do -3 for the second one. And let's call that W. I hate it, but it makes more sense than X. So 3 minus 4 is -1, minus 7 is -8. That would be 18. So that's R. And we have 3, that's -5, -9, -14. We're just doing addition in reverse at this point. 14 is N. Hang on a second. Then this next letter is going to be either A or B. Let's go with A. It's not going to be 1, 11, or 22, because that's going to be 0. So it's going to be another A, or it's going to be a Y. And then the one after that is going to be 817. So that's 9. No, it doesn't make sense. Or it's H. Where did I get W from? Because I did 6 minus 9, which gives us -3. And then you do 26 minus 3, and now you get W, right? Because T is 20. So 3 more than that is UVW. The O came from me doing... How did I get O? Because I did addition from right to left, which is, I guess, just addition. But that does... The O makes more sense in the word, but the O breaks the rules of the numbers. But there's only so many letters that can follow C. And most of them are vowels. It's just addition again. Okay, so we're breaking the whole inverse logic. Okay. So it's 15, which is O. It's 11, 14, which is N. 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, yeah, N. 9, 17, 20, which is T. Probably A. And then 11 is L, K. It's either K. Okay, what this one? Let me write these ones out. This is either a K. 22 is V. 12 is L. 21 is U. It's gonna be one of those letters. And this one is either 19 or 20, which is S or T. So C-O-N-T, most likely A. A. Well, it's probably L. First. Huh. Oh. Wait, we're doing addition. I'm dumb. It's first contact. Last farewell, first contact. Even the answers are inversed. I don't like that. That feels like it breaks the rules, but that's a common theme with the puzzles in this game at points. The hard puzzles are hard because they're breaking their own rules. And the solution comes from you realizing that the rules are being broken. I would not have... me resulting to addition again would have been one of the last things that I would have done. And that would not have been for a while. I think the rules are very well defined. I think there was a really clever thing here with the whole inverse mechanic. Especially since you were following them pretty well up to a point. Like, okay, this is the keys you press, and then the values you get. These are the values you have, so what keys do you press to get those values, right? That makes perfect sense. I love that. I think doing the 666 and 446 with the value is really stupid, but you know, if you get the right letters here, you're right. You kind of can just kind of discern it out, so it's not terrible. I don't hate it. Here, it's kind of the same thing. You do addition here. We realize that like addition doesn't really make a whole lot of sense when there's also arrows. Like that feels redundant. Like I guess it felt redundant here, but you come to a proper word this way, and when you get a proper word, the one thing that is consistent through like 99% of these puzzles is that if you get a word, you probably have the answer. It's really obvious when the answer is there, and that's great. I'm glad that's at least a thing. So you know that's right there, but you try here and you get like some stupid gibberish. But then you think about the arrows for a second. It's like, why is there a direction? Why would addition need directions? It doesn't. Addition doesn't do that. So you do subtraction, and then yeah, like you go back to here and it's like, okay, yeah, same thing. You're inversing it because you did addition, so you do subtraction. You did key, so you do value. I guess the argument to be made here is that the addition is not part of the puzzle. If that makes sense. The only thing being inversed here is the order you get the numbers. You're just the only commonality is which keypad are you typing on and which numbers are you getting as a result. But I don't know, I feel like I guess that kind of makes sense Because here it's like, okay, the commonality that you're not inversing is the counting of the squares. That's always the same. You're always counting the squares in the same way. It's just, you know, it's harder up here, but it's still the same way. You're always adding the numbers together, but the way you get the numbers is reversed. I feel like this should have been subtraction, though. Despite all that, despite the logic making sense now that I've explained it, I feel this should have still been subtraction. There's a clever concept, but in trying to be clever, had to thread a needle, hoping people would have the right definition from step 1. I mean, if there's a slightly different definition to the step 1, I don't know what it could be. I think step 1 of like how you get the numbers works perfectly, inversed. This is silly. Doing the 6s here is very trolly, but in the end result, it's like, yeah, okay, you're right. It does make it's easy to put together and figure out. It's not that much forced guesswork. I don't know. I feel like guesswork probably shouldn't belong in a good puzzle. I think a good puzzle comes from being able to figure out the steps and knowing right away that you have the right steps. Once it starts making sense, like once you start making a word here, you know you're on the right track. Being forced to do it guessing like this, it's only a little bit. You're still following the same rules, but it's literally just trial and error. Deliberate trial and error. I don't know. I feel like it being addition is not wrong. Because if we're only doing inverse of one single aspect, then it's fine. You know, the addition is not the aspect that needs to be reversed. It's only the method of gain of numbers. That said, I feel like those two things are almost intertwined to the extent that they probably should have tried to think of something that could have worked with doing subtraction. But, you know, there's no arrows there to tell you which way to go, so one could argue. Oh, I have to type this in again. Oops. First contact. There we go. Oh, is stream struggling? It's fine on my end. We haven't died. The stream hasn't died yet. We're still good. Thank God. It's 11:30, so I feel like it's gonna drop sooner than later. So let's see how far we can get. At least we're at the end of chapter alpha. So if it does drop after that, you know, we'll just do another stream for the other chapter. That was probably on Twitch's end. I didn't, on my end, I was paying close attention to OBS and it looked fine, so it's probably just a Twitch thing. Most likely. I guess as they wanted it to be subtraction but couldn't make the keypad fit. I think they could have. I think you just need different numbers. I think subtraction would have worked if you used different numbers. That's all. That's all you would have to do. Change the numbers a bit and you would have been fine. I feel like they just really want to do the whole trolling like 6 and the double 6 thing. I feel like that was more important to them than making like a puzzle that kind of did the subtraction. That's what it felt like a little bit anyways. It's fine. I think looking back, it's one of those puzzles that's like, you think is stupid at first, but then you think about the logic, it's like, yeah, this makes sense. It's following logic, it's just not logic I thought of. I like that little jump. Did you see the notes like pause for a second when it did the little like trip in the piano? That was pretty good. Is that it? Yeah, I still stand by that. Charting is definitely this game's weakest aspect. You might want to make another stream from here for fun reasons, maybe? Like, what are we talking? Is like the next chapter long or something? I mean, it's like it's almost like my usual stream stopping time, but I mean, I was also considering going all the way if my internet would let me. What you think another episode? Because I was kind of thinking I would do another stream tomorrow. Like I'm willing to shaft Minecraft in exchange for this. If you really think another stream is better. Like obviously we'll finish this. Like I'm assuming there's like a definitive end to chapter alpha that we can get to. And then like do the other one. Because yeah, those puzzles, how long did those puzzles take? How long were we on like the puzzle section? When did I first discover them? Like 10:30? And it's now like 11:30? So it took about an hour to do the puzzles. I don't think there's enough time for the next chapter, but going a little farther to finish this, that was worth it. Well, I mean, I'm not worried about like there being enough time tonight. I mean, unless like the next chapter is like another, 3-4 hours, you think? Like, would the next chapter, after seeing what you saw today with all the puzzles and reading and everything, would you say that the next chapter would take a similar amount of time to tonight? And I could get a full stream out of it, you think? Puzzle and Song is probably 2-ish hours, yeah. Because my thing says we're at 3:20. We're at 3 hours 20 minutes of stream. All right, well let's finish this off here and we can discuss that after. The locks resolved and the puzzle solved. Dawn sat back in her chair and let the weight fall out of her. That was a bit of a nasty one. Glad it got resolved though. Dawn looked over at the other monitor to observe the outcome of the story lock within the narrative. What she saw didn't exactly ease attention. What the hell? On her screen was Eddie pushing Saturday and Allison pushing Katomi. Wait, what? Saturday fell backwards just as Katomi had prior to Freeze Frame's activation. She tumbled over the edge of the spiral staircase and... Huh? Why did they stop? Or swap? Saturday fell. She fell all the way down the spiral staircase, and she kept falling, until she reached the ground where she kept falling. What? She kept falling. What the hell do you mean she kept falling? She hit the ground, right? She kept falling. What the hell do you mean she kept falling? She kept falling. She fell through the floor? Immediately, geometry and objects around the world, including in Dawn's hideout, began to switch and tear apart. The world began to break apart at the seams. She kept falling. And then, before Dawn could consider what was happening, the ground beneath her gave away. She too fell. She fell. She kept falling. think we might have broke something. Just a hunch. Oh. We good? I mean, the game closed, and it minimized all my windows. Thank God it didn't close anything. Do I dare boot the game back up? Is now the question. If I boot the game back up, are we gonna be like trapped in there for another 3+ hours if I click play on Steam again right now? Do it? Okay. I'm clicking play right now. It's booting. Hopefully stream picks it up right away. Oh, there we go. She kept falling. You can boot it back out, but it's just something's different. Well, that's fine. I know this game likes to pull shit like that. It's done it a number of times previously, so I am all for it. I was wondering if that was like a worthwhile cliffhanger to stop on or not, but if we were like done alpha and oh, okay. I see. I feel like there might be an issue here. Maybe we should report a bug to the developers. I like that that button is still... I like that of all the buttons that were fucked up, this button is still fine. Well, how many people actually submitted bugs, you think, as a joke? All right, do we want to continue? Is it worth continuing now, or should we continue this tomorrow instead of Minecraft? Logan Party serves because like there's always a chance of bugs. I mean, yeah, but I just like the irony of it, of the super intentional bug, and then the bug report crash button is still working. Out of all things. We said it was done chapter. I mean, I don't know. It felt like it was kind of done. All right, let's keep going. We'll keep going. I'm gonna click on any of these. I can't click on any of these. Okay. Trying all of them. I have a feeling I know what I need to do. System launches is probably just gonna be normal. I'm not expecting that to be anything different. So the only thing that works here then is probably this. That said, we did all of these. Is there something else I can do? She kept falling. Maybe I have to keep going down. Unless... Oh, no, that literally just brings you to a website. That is, it's an actual... Okay. That would have been pretty clever. I would have liked that. Yeah, keep going down does not seem to do anything. What was that, what was that code for, like, the secret song menu? I don't remember how to bring that up. I don't think that's, like, relevant at the moment, but I wonder if that still works. Oh, is it just tab? Oh, that still works. Probably don't want that. Yeah, it was just tab. I forgot it was just tab. Non-zero chance you never figure this one out? Okay, well, hang on. Give me a second here. I mean, this is what we're here for after all, okay? So, are these letters consistent? No. I don't think... I was gonna say, like, let's start typing, but I doubt that's the case. There's, like, no, like, feedback if I just start typing randomly. Is it in the options? Because it's the only other place where something is normal. I don't know if this is going to be the kind of place that might mess with stuff, but it wouldn't be the first game that's done it. Everything here seems normal. She kept falling. It wouldn't be like something on my desktop that was put there. I think that happened once before. No, there's nothing weird on my desktop that I can see. Desktop is clean. Unless it threw something on my TV. Let me just double check it. Windows is really weird about my TV being a monitor because of what kind of TV it is. Give me a second here. Just double checking, gotta be thorough on these. With these kinds of games. Okay, nothing on the third monitor either. Let's just try Shatter. Maybe that is the goal here. Let's see what that looks like. Ah. Okay, so Shatter actually was the answer. So I did kind of figure it out. I just decided back out. I was like, oh, okay, this is working fine. This is normal. This is how things are supposed to look. That's twice now I've done this today. I overthought it, and then I underthought it. It's a new song either way. I'm gonna play it. Thank God this game is not hits key sounded. Yeah, no. That was a bad chart. Well, that worked at least. Yeah, I don't like that chart at all. It's not, like, yeah, I sucked at it, but at the same time, it's like, I could just tell that this was thrown together. Sorry. It just felt like mashing. Even if you were doing it right, like, there's just so many chords and jacks. Like, you gotta have some variety in there. In nothingness, we witness that which comes after absolute zero. In nothingness, we see that girl, floating. In nothingness, we ask ourselves the question of what brings her to this place of no places, this world of the end. Ah, and yet, the girl is waking. Where am I? Where are you? Everywhere. That is, nowhere. I don't think that answers the question. It is the only answer that can be provided. Right. I suppose it's an equally stupid question, but who are you? It is a fair question to ask, and yet I cannot tell you. Why not? Because it would break the story. Right. It is admittedly fascinating to an observer such as myself that you could bring yourself to awaken within this nothingness. Do you know the circumstances that brought you here? I think I do. There was that story log, the situation at the shrine, and then I solved the puzzles, but Saturday and Tomi got swapped, and then... I don't know what happened after that, do you? Naturally. Tell me then. You want to know? Of course I do, just tell me. The entire stability of the Dustbreaker has been thrown into disarray. Bits are getting corrupted left and right. Everything is beginning to dissipate into where it once came from. Tell me, girl, what brings you to awaken within this space? The others in this world sleep soundly, and yet you're here, observing all that has been lost. I don't know. I don't know how any of this works. Surely you didn't feel as if there was something left to you. The simulated world is practically forfeit, as are the lives of the inhabitants that you would consider to be from the real world. It would take a miracle for the Dustbreaker to be recoverable from this state. No. It would require the miracle of a miracle. I mean, choose response. Obviously, I'm choosing this. Oh, I can't choose that. Hey, RAM is good. RAM actually is logical. See, that's fine. RAM is a good, well-designed chart. The gimmicks are crazy, but like you can have crazy gimmicks. Go look at like any not ITG chart. But not ITG charts also don't go like just jack, 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 jack. With like whichever button you're skipping over, changing. There's variety to the charts. There's a flow. That chart didn't feel like it had a flow. At least I couldn't discern one. I don't know. I don't know why I've awakened like this. There isn't anything I can do. Interesting. Your existence is determination, yet you chose to return to an endless sleep. Oh, shut up. You told me there was nothing to be done. It'd be tantamount to self-harm to try and fight when I'm told by what I can only assume to be the closest thing to the voice of God that's hopeless. The voice of God. I would prefer to not be called that. Well, I don't know what to call you then. It doesn't matter what you call me. You have made your choice and will sleep forevermore. Liberator, representative of fight, you had a good run. I hope this eternal sleep sets you free from the story of infinity you've been bound to. Should you have had the ultimate determination to fight for the miracle of a miracle, the path forward might have changed. But none could fault you for this decision. Rest well, Don Hisomeru. That's it? Do I press enter again? Do we, I mean, no, I can't answer the question if we're done alpha. But God just told me to, like, goodbye. You fucked up. Quitter. Let's keep going. We're not done yet at all, are we? Oh, profile is working again. That's just my profile, though. It's probably not part of the puzzle. Are we doing this? Are we doing this again? No. I don't have to play this again, do I? Okay, there's something else. Alright. Good. That's good. There's probably something in my profile then, since this button is new. Titles maybe? Maybe there's a new title? Anything weird in here? Maybe there's like a broken title. I don't want to like overlook anything, but I feel like it's gonna be really obvious if it's one of these. No. Is that what I just played? I don't think it had a title. Save you from replaying the same time. Give you the right to ask me if you're in a state where replaying the chart will do something. Yeah, I don't need to replay the chart, do I? That's kind of just what I want to know at this point. I'm assuming no. That would be kind of weird if I had to replay the chart, but I mean, it's all about looping, so God knows. Oh, 0 was something else. Okay, yeah, you're right. I think I remember a chart being called that. I will eventually, but not now. You saw something in the titles, Jack? What'd you see? Okay, these are just legacies. Writing class. Well, that's kind of new. I don't know if... Has that been there this whole time? Is this new or not? Well, far left is just initiate. And then it loops around. I kept passing it. It was the S. This one is indeed new. Okay, so I'm going to write this down then. I'm guessing there's probably more in here than is what it sounds like. Give me a second. You blank blank blank. Okay. This is not on screen, but I'm just blank blank blank. M and then 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Dot will. Caps may be important here. Okay. Did I actually pass an hour? I knew I didn't want to overlook anything, but it's like starting to think I wasn't overlooking anything. Sacrificial, I've had that on this whole time. Okay, so we're probably looking for like fucked up names. I don't think it's going to be any of these. Oh, it's just that one? That's the only one? Okay. Well, I wrote it down. I don't really know what to do with it, but we have it as a clue, I guess. Maybe achievements has something. I mean, there were new achievements added to Steam. I don't think that's gonna necessarily be anything. Everything else looks normal. There's one option you haven't really looked to, right? I'll see, I equip the title. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, let's equip the title. There's one option I've not really looked into. Is there? What else have I not looked into? I guess, oh, the song. We haven't looked at the... Oh, I see what I'm doing. We haven't looked at the... We haven't looked in here. I guess this could be new. Doesn't look like it. This looks normal. I doubt there's anything in here that we're probably missing. Try to match the difference. Oh, it's the name of a song. Okay, we can do that. Let's go all songs, and then we'll sort by title. Oh, I was probably closer to the bottom then. No. What if I don't have it unlocked? Nah, surely I would have it unlocked. Ultimatum? U-L-T-I... That lines up, but dot will is where it's what's throwing me off. There's also ultimate. M-A-T... No, matum is the only one that works. This one has enough letters. I don't know what dot will means, but... What would dot will be referring to? I'm guessing just play it? Ignore the will. Well, because it's part of the title that you equip. Why is dot will in the title then if it's not part of like the puzzle solution? It makes perfect sense to assume it's important. Where am I getting will? Because from here. From the title. Ultimatum, and then you see like there's a little dot. That's not just like an overlapping underscore, that's a dot. Dot will. So I don't know what that's referring to. But I mean, it has to be ultimatum then. Alright, we'll play it. Not sure what, we'll figure out what dot will means later, I guess. I appreciate these puzzles are going beyond the usual pen and paper stuff that we've come to know from this game. I mean, we had a little bit of that before, but this feels like something more substantial. Oops, didn't mean to let go of that. Oh, it filled in. Cool. Alright, so I guess I did something right. Now, how's that important? What did that do for me? Or was that like completely unrelated? Hope from a time not yet past. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, the only problem with that is we cannot go back into the flowchart to go to the future. Or anywhere for that matter. Are we playing this again? Do we replay Shatter now? I mean, things happen after we play the last time, so maybe now something will do it. Okay, I don't want to play this stupid thing again, but I guess we are. I could probably just like mash all 4 keys and get a better score than I did last time because it's just that kind of chart. But I'm too stubborn to play like that. Even if it really, honestly, I don't feel like this chart deserves my time. I guarantee just mashing's gonna get me a better score. It's fine though, because this is like in the joke folder, essentially, so. But as far as like a gimmick chart goes, it's still not super great. Wonder if it actually was a better score. I don't know what my previous one was. Yeah, that's full on mania, like 8-star mania charting. That was a much lower score? Ah, whatever. That just reminded me of like high level Osumania charts. Way more than like anything I've played up to this point. Alright, so where is things changing? Oh, you know what? It's probably that option. I'm gonna skip text because I know exactly where this is gonna be. Yeah, this is all the same, I think. We need to get to that option, but I need to be careful not to smash through it by accident. Wasn't there like a skip text button? Or is that gonna skip the option too? There we go. Hold control, yeah. Would that have skipped the option? I won't give up. Even if the chances of being able to sort of simulate a world is tantamount to none, I won't give up. Interesting. What form does this decision take? It's what I've been doing ever since the beginning. I know now. I know everything that's transpired, how many cycles it's been. The equivalent of over 13,000 years I've been fighting these cycles for. I see. Brilliant. Of all the things I could have expected, to pull the determination needed to create a miracle from the future through the universal cache, you truly are something, Liberator. But then, to have the determination of the future, you surely have seen forward, past Loch S. You know how things will transpire. The things you will do upon gaining a shred of your humanity back. The harm you will bring upon the ones you claim to want to protect. Yeah, I have. I saw everything. I know what I'll do. I know the horrible things that will happen because of me. But I won't give up. Well, this is certainly an interesting chain of events, then. I don't suppose you'll let me witness your miracle? Do what you want. I don't even know who you are, but whatever you do, you're not going to see the end of this. I'm going to get out of this simulation. Anything after that is the undetermined future. Brilliant. Then show me, Don Hisomeru. Impart unto me the determination you pulled from the future to allow the future to come to pass. At once the world began to warp and twist. Space and time alike became muddy as the fabric of reality, and the Duskbreaker began to adjust to accommodate this determination. As the border between broken and stable shifted and reality restored itself, Dawn felt herself drifting through space, time, and memories. She tilted awake in her seat. Her seat was on the edge of the balcony suspended above the ground floor of the theater. Dim lights pointed at the stage. From the stage, a girl sat, playing a piano. A young girl named Tsuki Tasogare, at the age of 9. A younger kid tugged at Dawn's shirt. Dawn looked over to see a small girl pulling on the sleeve of Dawn's shirt. You're, Sis's friend, right? Dawn, he's so something? Dawn looked around and unsure what to say. The girl turned back around and sat back down in her seat. She's really good, right? Dawn looked back down at the stage. Tsuki's hands effortlessly slid across the keys. Dawn realized where she'd heard the song before. Claire de Lune. Fitting for her. Of course, Dawn had already seen everything that was about to transpire. She knew full well that there were still over 6,000 cycles to go, and all of the awful ways she'd acted out on the final cycle. As if to signal to Dawn that this space was listening to her memories of events that had not yet come to pass. The scenery on the stage warped and shifted. Dawn looked down at herself, alone. After ultimation destroyed everything. The Dawn on the stage sat on her knees, her hair drooped over the front of her face. Dawn couldn't see it, but she knew from her memories. She knew she was crying. And Dawn couldn't stop herself from crying too, even as she smiled. The theater door opened, and at once the lights in the theater went out. Because that's what the story needed to happen. A much older Saturday stepped into the theater looking around. From the balcony, Dawn felt the version of herself on stage shift around. In the darkness of the theater, Dawn wiped her eyes and pulled her hair back, and she muttered a silent plea to herself, just quiet enough that Saturday couldn't hear. Please, prove me wrong. Then the lights above the stage flashed on. Dawn, no signs of having been crying, stood on the stage, looking down at Saturday. Welcome to the end. Indeed. She laughed, and then she was back to the way she'd always been. Really, Saturday, trapping a girl in a theater? Surely you're above such dirty tactics. You're just as bad as me, you know, claiming to care about your friends and then leave them all to rot in memory while you try to convince yourself you're better than you really are. You can't see the love that's been in front of you this whole time. Then words aren't the tool either of us desire to use right now. From the balcony, the Dawn that stood beyond the boundaries of time began to sob as the play drew to its final confrontation. So that's it, is it? The extent of your will? The extent of your so-called love, Saturday? Come on, girl. Get back up. We aren't done yet. Oh, trust me, I know. You were never one to accept a victory if it was just handed to you. Anyway, not that I plan on conceding here in the first place. Good, good, good. Show me again, Saturday. Show me how your love will fail you a second time, a third time, a million more times. Every word, every drop of spit sent at Saturday's way betrayed the thoughts, the emotions of the Dawn watching from the balcony. You don't mean that. You know you don't. Come on, Dawn. Of course, Dawn couldn't mean anything. She was incomplete, not even a quarter of a whole. She couldn't understand why the things she was saying were hurtful. Tell me, girl, what makes your self-love so powerful? What makes you think you have any right to claim it's anything other than a self-aggrandizing ego trip? It's how I use it, how I express my love, how I use it to care for myself, to take time for myself, to take a moment to breathe, no matter the circumstance. Something you can't understand, because your only objective is to make me miserable. Don't make me laugh with all your lovey-dovey jumbo bullshit. But sure, keep making excuses for yourself. Keep telling yourself that. Something let loose in the observer, Dawn's mind. She screamed, "You're the one making excuses for yourself! Please just stop. Don't do this to yourself." Of course, everyone knows how the fight progresses. An intermission cannot breach frozen time. And this time isn't even frozen. This hasn't even happened yet. And Dawn knows that. Of course she does. This has yet to pass. It's only cycle 2148. She'll have to forget everything just for another 6,000 cycles of determination to reach this point. Eventually, the fighting came to an end. The play ended. The actors on stage took a bow, but Dawn's eyes stung. I don't want to be like this. I don't want to hurt myself like this. But this was the price you chose to pay? You stole from the future. Now you have to live with the knowledge of how the future will turn out. But it doesn't have to be like this. I know what's going to happen now. Maybe I don't have to forget. We can get a happier ending. Dawn. You can't change what's already happened. She knew this, of course, just as much as she knew she needed to hear it. This was a choice she made. This was a choice you made. You chose to fight. Yeah, I know. As the seats around Dawn emptied and the viewers left the theater, Dawn remained stationary. She dried her eyes. I take it then, you're ready? I am. You've acknowledged the fact that you will have to process the guilt of what you know you will do? I have. And you acknowledge that following this you will fight even more for over 6,000 more cycles for getting any of this transpired? Yes. I'll lend you a hand then. Let's put the world back together. Countdown? Is that time countdown? I can't tell if it's time or me hitting buttons is counting down. Or notes, specifically. It's going slower than... No, it's seconds, okay. Yeah, that's time countdown. Fifth longest song in the game? Didn't feel that long. Immediately she looked over at the monitor right that was set up to display video feeds of the world. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was so worried about you guys. I wanted to kill this feeling that was useless to everyone. Help out for a change, but I went too far and I'm so sorry. You're right. I've been so stupid. I didn't even consider the danger, what it would mean to leave you alone. How could I do that to someone I love? I'm so sorry. Watching the feeds, a sad smile made its way to Dawn's lips. I'm sorry, everyone. You won't remember any of this, and neither will I. In her hand, she materialized her hollow weapon, her signature pistol. I'm sorry to you too, Dawn. Even once you do get out of here, the things you'll have to live with will undoubtedly be just as much of a challenge. But I know you can do it. I know you can continue to live, because... Dawn raised her pistol and pointed it to her head. I'll never give up. Death is nothing at all. It does not count. I've only slipped away into the next room. Everything remains exactly as it was. I am I, and you are you. And the old life that we lived so fondly together is untouched, unchanged. Call me by the old familiar name. Speak of me in the easy way you always used. Let my name be ever the household word that it always was. All is well. Nothing is hurt and nothing is lost. One brief moment and all will be as it was before. How we shall laugh at the trouble of parting when we meet again. Oh, that's the end of Chapter Alpha. Oh yeah, it makes sense now because I got an achievement. That's kind of a neat insight into like one of the failed cycles, I guess. I see what the point of that chapter was now. Just meant to be like, here's what things look like in the bad cycles. I kind of like that. But apparently there's more. Apparently there is another chapter that I'm assuming will unlock after this, because I can't imagine what other possible prerequisites I could need to meet, because we literally did everything in the game back in September. And now we've done this. So the only thing left is the new content. So I'm hoping that it's pretty straightforward to how to activate it. It was originally a con exclusive tech dome, but they decided they loved it and then folded into a full chapter. That makes a lot of sense then. That's kind of cool. It might be a little... Well, I guess you don't unlock until the end. I was gonna say, like, if it was unlocked as you went through the normal game, it would be confusing as shit, but definitely makes it makes sense to be a bonus after the fact, for sure. This feels like a very out of place song for the game. I don't know why I think that. I'm not sure what about it feels out of place, but just maybe it's just the genre it's in. Makes it seem really out of place. This song is new. It's not the credits song from before. This is 100% a new song. Unless it was like added to the game since I last played, then maybe it's not technically new, but I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of new songs that I haven't played since September. Seems like quite a bit's changed since then, like the ratings system's changed a lot and everything. Is there no chart of this? That's surprising. Wonder why that is. Like every song that's in the game has a chart. That's really weird. It's actually the same song that was playing in the cutscene before the credits? Like, oh, do you mean like was it in the base game? Oh. I don't remember it then. I didn't realize it was already in the game then. Still weird that it doesn't have a chart. Like, you mean the old credits, right? Oh, there was that. Okay, so it is still new to Alpha then. Okay, yeah, but like it's still new to Alpha. Cause I don't remember the song at all. I was gonna say, like, that seemed crazy that I would have forgotten this. Alright, well, we'll see what comes after these credits here. At least make sure I want to just confirm that we have the next chapter, or whatever it is, unlocked. And that's where those memories end. I see. Now, with all of this context, I remember at the very least myself. I'm Don Hisomeru. But where am I? This isn't the same as that void of nothingness from back then. So what is it? And what's the purpose of being shown these memories? Damn it, I can't remember anything and my head hurts. Hello? Is anyone there? I'm surprised that my mouth worked now. That's good at least. Maybe someone will hear me. Hello? Is there anyone to hear me? Hello? Anyone out there? Screamed and screamed. Nothing returned to me, not even the sound of my own echo. Resigning, I felt the energy give out from under me, and I collapsed back into sitting down. Or at least what I thought was sitting down, given I couldn't see or feel anything. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Nothing is here. Nobody's here. I don't even know what this place is, or if it's even a place. And I can't do anything to try and get any more information. In that space, Dawn resigned. For the first time in her life, Dawn resigned. Do you resign as well? I figured as much. And you, of course, are her in this scenario. Let's see then, where this undecided future takes us, all together. Uh-huh. Achieving all critical? Oh, that's never happening. If we need that to get through this, fuck that. How insane do these requirements get if this is what we're dealing with now? Okay, well this might be where the playthrough ends unless I somehow decide to get an all critical on this thing. I mean, considering how little desire I have to play this rhythm game again as a rhythm game, that's a little unfortunate if that's the case. I mean, I could probably bullshit my way through one on like a level 1 or 2 if we just needed to do that, but... how insane do these requirements get? I mean, this is just the first node. Like, where are the other nodes, like... All criticals, not all are... Cause still, doesn't matter. That's... I don't go for full combos usually in rhythm games. They happen naturally after, like, years of playing them. It's not something I try and do. I don't grind out songs, so I would not expect that to happen anytime soon. I want to see where it goes too. I'm kind of I'm disappointed that it requires such higher requirements. You did it on level 1? Which are actually the hardest execution-wise? Okay, well if these are the hardest, then we could probably do it. Alright, you know what? We'll give it a try. Well, we'll give it a try then. If the first two are the hardest, and you're saying it gets easier than this, then that's fine. I can probably do that then. We can, I think, we can probably figure out a way to do this. I would just hate to be sitting here grinding out like a single song for 4 hours on stream because I can't get all criticals. But if this is like as hard as it gets and it just gets easier, then I'd be willing to do it tomorrow, and we can finish this tomorrow. We can figure out what the hell the last dive is. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll just get an all critical right now. Maybe I can just... Can we back out of here? How do we get back there? Oh, it's here. Okay. That's our new screen then. That makes sense. Let's see. Maybe I can get an all critical right now. Let's go for like the easiest song in the game. Difficulty. It didn't say what difficulty I had to get on, just I had to get one, right? Let's go find like the twinkle twinkle little star of this thing just to say that we did it. Oh, that's considered a level 1? There's more to it than just that. We all know this. Alright, we could try an options level 1. Surely that's easy. Actually, where's notes? Let's go for like the least amount of notes. Like yeah, 256, 124. Oh, you can do this nice and fast on 124. Okay, let's go for a 124. Perfect. Alright, we'll use that to get an all crit. There was I had to do a specific song with the harmony gauge, right? It wasn't just any gauge. I can't just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I think it was a different song, right? Alright. I'll do this at least. This seems like something that would be worth saving for another stream. Let's see if I can at least do this. Let me no shot an all crit. Right here. First AC in the game. Probably the only one I'll ever bother getting. Oh yeah, this is beyond easy. It's like 1 note every 20 seconds.
Can you still hear the song of the cosmos?
It's funny playing songs like this on like such a low difficulty. Just like the tonal whiplash between the chart and the music. Even for like a 1, this does not feel like a good chart. The notes are just random. Like there's no logic to when they come down, even for a level 1. Go play any like level 2 basic in DDR and there's a comparison to this, and you can see how you chart something low difficulty on a song like this. This part kind of makes sense. I'll give it that. That beginning section was just like, that just felt like random notes. How many notes were there? 124? We're almost there. Ah, there we go, we did it. Let's go try for an AC on Pyromania or Blueman 2, you can't kill. Okay, yeah, it was Pyromania that needed the harmony. I remember Blueman 2 needing the favorites in play, but... Chart's supposed to be... Yeah, but like, you can make an easy chart and still have it feel fun, is the thing. That was just... Half those notes did not feel logical, even for an easy chart. Like, that felt like the kind of easy chart you get when you take a hard chart and you just delete, like, you just highlight and delete 95% of the notes. And not a chart that was designed to be easy. In my opinion, anyways. Oh, I was stressed too I was gonna flop that, because all it would take is like one missed input and I would have fucked it up. Can't believe I got 2 late notes on that too, jeez. Like, there's embarrassingly easy and then there's that. In my opinion, I feel like even if you're playing at like a level 1 difficulty, a chart should still feel satisfying, it should still feel enjoyable, it should still make sense for the song. No matter the difficulty. Difficulty is not an excuse to make a shitty chart. Alright, well, we made it past the hard part. Let's go double check that it actually counted. Thank fucking hopefully here. Alright, good. It counted. So we just have to finish this series of checklists, and then we get the last bit. Now, is this the chapter? Is this considered the whole chapter? Is this like series of nodes? Sounds like something I probably should save for another stream then, if we've got a little bit to go. Requirements were originally hidden behind cryptic wording. A little sad they just revealed them. I did see patch notes on the Discord about it, that this was apparently like an ARG or something at some point. I mean, if I knew about this earlier, I would have streamed it back when that was going on, but I would have made more of an effort to stream this like last week or whenever it was going on if I knew it was a thing, because that would have been kind of fun. But that's okay. He's about the lowest I find fun most time. I've played like level 1 DDR charts and they still feel fun. That was not fun. That was just button. Same button. Same 2 buttons again. Same 2 buttons again. That L and R section where it was just like the same 2 buttons for like 10 notes in a row. No. That was just why. That's not enjoyable. To like, if someone was only able to play those difficulties, they wouldn't be having fun. I would not blame them for being bored to tears by that chart, even if that was like the hardest difficulty they were able to handle. This is a chapter. Okay. The power one was a duet with the Inferno. Oh, because of harmony. That makes... I see. Yeah, you're right. That would have been kind of fun if they kept the riddles in. That actually would have been fun. That would have been a fun riddle to figure out. Is there like a list of the riddle versions of these things somewhere? Because like I'm assuming all of this stuff is stuff we can do and then just come back here and do it. So I'm wondering if like if there's a list of the cryptic versions of these tasks. If you're able to send that to me, maybe I'll go off of that. Maybe we can make something of it. If there actually is like if there's a list that one could compile, I would gladly see if I could decipher the clues when we do this tomorrow. Yeah, I don't want to look at the ARG sheet itself because I'm assuming that's also going to have the answers in them. But if there's like an extracted or like a confined solitary list of all of the I'll check DM, see what you sent me. If there's like a confined solitary list of all the clues, then I'll gladly take that and we'll see if we can decipher it tomorrow. Yeah, if you're able to make that, that would be perfect. Okay, so this is obviously the next chapter. Glad I got the all crit thing out of the way at least. I was expecting that to be harder, but then like I remembered like, oh right, we can just play on like the easiest difficulty known to man, and it's fine. So that's good. So I guess we have some more puzzles ahead of us in the form of self-inflicted difficulty increase for neutron hexima, whatever the hell that means. I don't know if this is like canon to the game, if this is just for fun. Is it going to take place after everything else? We don't know. We'll figure it out tomorrow. We'll do the final chapter, the real final chapter of Vivid Stasis. Final chapter 2 copy, final edition tomorrow instead of Minecraft. I mean, look, think about it this way. This is the only time we're going to like be able to do this. And then it's done, right? So I'm gonna instead of Minecraft, we're gonna play more of this tomorrow. I have a feeling we have, I don't know if it's gonna be a full stream's worth of this, but we have a little bit ahead of us at least. Maybe it won't be as long as the next one. But yeah, we'll do this tomorrow, and then I guess next week streams will probably just go back to normal. I can't think of anything else outstanding that I've been wanting to do or been planning for event-wise like this. But yeah, this was pretty good. I like the story aspect of it, of course. You know, the puzzles were fun. I don't know. There's thoughts I have about that keypad puzzle. At least like the top section. The rest of it was pretty good. I didn't mind it. But you know, it's pretty par for the course of this game. Has some like trolly red herring aspects to the puzzles. Unless you like really stop to think about them in hindsight. But you know, at the same time, it's also thinking about it in hindsight. And can you really like defend puzzles if you have to consider the logic in hindsight like that? I don't know. I mean, it depends on the person, right? Depends on how they think. If I didn't jump to like digital roots, I would have had that first puzzle solved in like 30 seconds. I went one step too far. All the cryptic puzzles sent? Alright, let me take a look here. Wait, did you send them to like... Did you send them to Twitch DMs or Discord DMs? I don't think I don't really have access to Twitch DMs, if that's where you put them. Discord DMs. Why am I not seeing it? Hang on here. Like it should have come up as a notification. Oh, there we go. Weird. It didn't come up as it didn't give me like a notification that there was a DM. That's weird. Okay, cool. Oh, a perfect greeting. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so do it with the Inferno. We already know that one. Okay, so, I mean, gate 1, I've kind of already spoiled, so that's fine. But we have gates 2 through 4. So, tomorrow's stream, I'm not gonna use this. We're not gonna look at all these. I'm gonna see if I can go off of the cryptic versions that were apparently used for the ARG instead. Obviously, we've already spoiled the first step, but we still have 3 more steps that we can, you know, try and decipher. I'm assuming a lot of it's gonna be related to playing music. I'm sensing that's the theme here. So we'll probably be doing a lot of the rhythm game tomorrow aspect of it, since we didn't get to do a whole lot of that today. Maybe we'll get to check out a couple of new songs that we haven't played before, who knows? But yeah, tomorrow we're going to work through these. I don't know how long it'll take. If it ends up being really short, you know, then I'll just transfer over to Minecraft anyways. But instead of Minecraft, we will be doing this. Minecraft will return next week. Everything else should go back to normal next week. We're done with Final Fantasy for a while after all. So yeah, that'll be it for today. Most of them are play song with the Fairies condition. Okay, yeah. But I'm assuming the condition is something we can, like, kind of cheese around. Like, it asked me to get all crit, but I can play that on, like, level 1 difficulty, so it doesn't actually matter. So, I think the fun here for me, anyways, will be solving the puzzles, which, honestly, the story and the puzzles were the best parts of this game. I love those parts. Everything surrounding all of that was great. I think the game kind of does suffer a little bit in the rhythm game aspect. It had a lot of potential there, but I think it just needs... There's some bits and pieces. If they do a rhythm game again, which I think they are for one of the next ones that they're doing, maybe things will change. But everything else about this game is great, and I think playing it for the rest of this game is, of course, you know, that opinion hasn't changed. Chapter Alpha was great, like any other chapter. It was nice doing some more puzzles. Nice just revisiting this, honestly, more than anything. So I'm looking forward to sussing out these solutions more than anything. But, you know, if we get to play a couple new songs at the same time, I'm down for that too. I'm curious to see what other songs were added since I last played. Technically, hardest ones are that Pyro with Harmony Gauge and the first one of Gate 2. Okay, the rest are just real obscure. Well, I'm down for some obscure. I'm down to give obscure a proper try. If it's all like song related, I'm sure we can figure it out. I'm really looking forward to trying to figure it out. So yeah, tomorrow we do some clue deciphering as we finish the true final chapter of Vivid Stasis. Hopefully the true final chapter. They said in the patch notes this was it, and they're only going to add like a couple more songs and like polish up some loose ends or something like that in terms of features. But this is supposed to be the final chapter. I'm looking forward to their next game. I want to play it. I don't know which one's planning to come out next. I hope it's the whatever, the top-down adventure game that plays like Between Space. I hope that's the next one, because that one looked pretty cool. Whatever the sequel is, I'm hoping the sequel comes out next to this, because I want to see more of this. Yeah, they said this was it story-wise. We don't have to worry about like any more chapter alphas. We don't have to come back in like 5 months and be like, oh, where's chapter beta? I thought chapter beta was supposed to release. No, we're done with that. This is it. Tomorrow's stream, that's it for Vivid Stasis. That's the true finale. I think I'm gonna have to change what the finale is on the YouTube playlist. I think I have the previous part marked as finale, but clearly that's not it. So I'll have to change that. Tomorrow's stream will be the finale of it. Sorry for Minecraft. That'll be next week. In the meantime, that'll be it for tonight. I hope everyone did enjoy. This ended up being longer than I thought it would be, mostly because of the puzzles and me not thinking to add 2 numbers together like an idiot. Hopefully tomorrow will be less of that. But thank you for watching tonight, and I will see you next time.